Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's subcommittee markup of 16 bills and discussion drafts. The proposals on today's agenda represent a range of work that this subcommittee has within its jurisdiction. I'll tell you what a great subcommittee. It's an honor to serve as your chairman. These proposals focus on the safety and transparency of consumer products and services that our constituents rely on every day. I want to thank all the bill sponsors with legislation on our agenda today for their hard work in getting to this point of the legislative process. These proposals will help save lives and protect consumers from dangerous products, provide price transparency regarding event tickets and lodging accommodation fees, disclose important information to consumers related to product claims, and raise awareness about the tools needed to get their vehicles repaired. I'm particularly excited to be voting on the Ticket Act. We've been working on this for a long time, a bipartisan bill that I have sponsored along with my good friend and colleague, Ranking Member Schakowsky. The Ticket Act will bring upfront price transparency to consumers as it relates to event tickets. Live events have long been plagued by annoying hidden fees at the end of the checkout transaction. We've all experienced it. I'm glad that the industry has recognized the need to change this process to bring more transparency to the market about the true price of a ticket. It's not a lot to ask. In our legislative hearing, we also heard about the consumer harms related to speculative ticketing, which is why we are continuing to work in a bipartisan way to address this issue. I'm thankful for the partnership with Ranking Member Schakowsky on this initiative and remain hopeful we will get to a bipartisan agreement that protects fans from bad actors and provides certainty in the market. Today represents another step forward on that front as we continue to build support for full committee consideration. Another bill we're marking up today is the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spall Safety Reauthorization Act. I want to thank Dr. Burgess, Representative Wasserman Schultz for their bipartisan work to reauthorize this CPSC grant program to state and local governments for safer swimming facilities, community education, and pool safety enforcement requirements. Representative Curtis also has legislation before us, H.R. 5556, the Reinforcing American-Made Products Act, which has a bipartisan companion bill in the Senate. This common sense bill will ensure that we have one national standard for Made in America labels on American products, which provides certainty for businesses, manufacturers, and consumers alike, ensuring we keep our incentives for companies to make their products here at home. There are many other great proposals on the markup. Dr. Bouchon, for instance, has been endeavoring to find a bipartisan path on supply chain management that follows a regular process that was subverted last Congress by the Democratic leadership. Representative Miller-Meek's bipartisan bill focuses on critical infrastructure manufacturing feasibility, while my friend Bill Johnson is working on advancing tech startups around the country, and Dr. Joyce has his legislation to better understand and promote the gig economy. We are all additionally able to provide significant consumer protections in place through bipartisan efforts to provide better safeguards against lithium-ion batteries, patio awnings, flushable wipes, and high-concentration sodium nitrate. Lastly, I'm glad we are able to advance Representative Young Kim's draft measure to provide upfront fee transparency within the hotel and lodging industry, which I know has received significant interest from both sides of the aisle. I look forward to considering all of these measures, and additional the ones that I have not addressed, and to having a constructive conversation that if we cannot resolve any differences here in subcommittee, that we will continue to work towards consensus beyond today and do the necessary work before full committee consideration. So again, these are great bills, and I'm really excited about them. It's all about consumer protection. So again, thank you to the bill sponsors, and I'll yield back the balance of my time. And now I'll recognize Representative Schakowsky, the ranking member of the subcommittee, for 5 minutes for her own opening statement. Now, we're going to finish, apparently we have a vote, folks, around 10:15. So we're going to try to finish up all the opening statements if possible, but I'll recognize Representative Schakowsky. It's only one vote, I understand, and then we're clear for a few hours. So it might take that long. All right, thank you. I'll recognize Representative Schakowsky for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. There are actually 16 bills and proposals that are in this markup, and certainly some are bills, many of them, most of them are bills that are bipartisan. Some are not, and some are just works in progress. In my view, not all of these bills really are ready for prime time, but I know that we can work together to make it happen. Four of them are just drafts. I look forward so much to working with you, especially, and I wanted to start also with the Ticket Act, a bill that we've worked on together. This bill ends the surprise junk fees that can actually add to the cost of a ticket as much as 40% and more. The Ticket Act makes but the Ticket Act makes the price that you see be the price that you pay. And that means that we're going to have upfront pricing, upfront billing, so that you know exactly what you have to pay. We also have a draft that will eliminate the so-called speculative tickets, which means that someone can sell you a ticket that actually doesn't even exist right now. So I am very happy that we have that draft legislation and look forward to working more on it. A small number of bills, I think, are just simply not the right bills and not the right solution. One of them, I believe, is the gig economy bill, which I am really distressed that it leaves out workers. It does a study, but it does not even include a study of what the gig economy, which is mostly made up of, we're talking about workers, that does not even include them in it. And so we certainly have to do more there. Am I still here? Where am I? I'm not sure. Are you sure? Is that there? Okay, sorry. There we go. Okay. I do want to also say, I do also want to say that one thing that I'm really, really concerned about, I am concerned that the House of Representatives right now is trying to diminish our ability to actually do the work that we need to do to help consumers. Some of these bills are going to require that we put funding into consumer protection in various ways. And yet, what we see is that there are many cuts when we come to the legislative votes that would actually diminish our support of the Federal Trade Commission. Where is all this? Okay, that would actually diminish our support for things like the Federal Trade Commission, which helps us to make sure that we enforce the rules that we put into place. The Consumer Product Safety Commission, a small but mighty agency that is working to protect our children, all consumers, and yet if we make cuts in the Consumer Product Safety Commission funding, we're going to be in deep trouble. It's going to get more dangerous for consumers. The Department of Commerce and the NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, we want to make sure that these agencies have the funding that they need. So as we move forward in this session of Congress and we are voting on the budgets and we are voting on the appropriations, we want to make sure that our goals that we are setting, some of which we are setting today, are going to be able to be enacted. And so I just wanted to raise that as a priority for us. Let's fund the things that we care about and do it in the appropriations process. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the ranking member, and now recognize the chairman of the full committee, my good friend, Cathy McMorris Rodgers. Thank you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Bilirakis. Today, we are considering a broad range of proposals meant to improve people's lives across the country. We are strengthening our supply chains, promoting American innovation and emerging technologies, and improving the safety and reliability of products and services Americans use every day. Thank you to all the members who are leading and working on these bipartisan bills. Representative Johnson and Phillips are working on the Advancing Tech Startups Act, which will look at how to foster a regulatory environment where small businesses and startups can thrive and succeed, not just in places like Silicon Valley. Representatives Joyce and Pence are advancing the Gig Economy Act, and it will review how to help diversify our job market and address labor shortages. And Representatives Miller Meeks, Bouchon, Johnson, Custer, and Schreier are leading on the Critical Infrastructure Manufacturing Feasibility Act to boost American manufacturing. For America to lead, we need to improve the resiliency of our supply chains and prevent China from controlling every aspect of our economy. We're discussing solutions today that will map and monitor our supply chains to identify where vulnerabilities exist, using new technologies like blockchain to do so. It is important that this committee has an across-the-board view on how important blockchain can be. Other bills will encourage private-public cooperation and the voluntary sharing of information, not pressure tactics by the Biden administration. Companies need to know their information is secure and safe in order to participate, and this bill will help establish those assurances. We also need to make sure that information is being shared between businesses and federal agencies. When it's being shared, it is protected and secured. Just this past July, we saw several federal agencies hit in a massive global cyber attack. To mitigate these risks and prevent future attacks, we need to make sure that the information businesses voluntarily submit is protected from bad actors and unnecessary litigation. Our supply chains will never be secure if the government only seeks to throw money at a problem we don't fully understand. Mr. Bouchon's legislation, in coordination with Ms. Blunt-Rochester, will create a program to map and monitor supply chains to identify vulnerabilities and help us better mitigate risk. This builds off the Bipartisan American Compete Act from 2020 by fostering American leadership and innovation in emerging technologies like blockchains and AI. We're also considering proposals that will make products and services safer, increase transparency and disclosures for people across the country. Many of us have heard directly from people in our communities about these issues. Representative David Valadio's bill, for example, would combat romance scams by going after the con artists who prey on lonely people, especially adults over 60 who were scammed for $139 million in 2020 alone. Representative Young Kim's legislation will protect people from deceptive advertising and hidden fees when they're booking travel, so they will know the full price of accommodations like resort fees up front. These fees are often hidden, resulting in people paying much more than they initially expected. A bill by Representative Torres and Gabarino and Clark will help ensure rechargeable batteries used to power products like e-scooters don't explode as a result of inferior quality. Representative Balderson and Representative Castor are leading on a bill so that retractable awnings that are attached to people's homes are safe, secure, and not endangering homeowners and others. Subcommittee Chair Bill Arakis and Ranking Member Schakowsky have important legislation to strengthen event ticketing transparency. And Dr. Dunn has a bipartisan proposal so people have the right to repair their vehicles. Members on both sides of the aisle have important perspectives to share on this proposal, and I look forward to hearing those and discussing the amendments to the draft legislation. We are at a critical moment where the status quo is no longer acceptable and clear rules are needed. I hope we can work together to find the bipartisan solutions to provide ease and accessibility to millions of vehicle owners. We have an ambitious docket today, and we still have a lot of work ahead on many of these bills. This is just the next step in the process, and constructive feedback is welcome as we further review and refine our work. This committee has a rich history of coming together on behalf of those we serve, and I hope we'll build on that legacy today with bipartisan agreement and stakeholder support as we move these important solutions forward. I yield back.
I thank the chair, and now I recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Bilirakis. This subcommittee has no greater responsibility than to protect the American people from threats to consumers and commerce. We work to protect consumers from the threats of unsafe products that result in the loss of 50,000 lives and more than 12.5 million injuries every year. We work to prevent threats to our nation's industrial might and critical supply chains, threats that crippled our response to the COVID-19 public health crisis and harmed our ability to initially address its economic repercussions. And we work to prevent consumers from being taken advantage of and gouged by unscrupulous businesses. So today I'm pleased that we're considering several bills championed by Democratic members to help address these threats, and I commend the bill sponsors for finding a bipartisan approach to these bills that will help save lives and empower consumers. However, there are several bills that the Republican majority has noticed that need more work, and I would strongly urge my Republican colleagues to work with me before full committee markup to address my concerns, but I'd like to focus on two of the most concerning bills. First, Representative Buchon's supply chain discussion draft does not reflect lessons learned during the pandemic. One of our key lessons was the importance of ensuring that the federal government is equipped with the tools and authorities it needs to address supply chain vulnerabilities before they become full-blown crises. The discussion draft the Republicans are marking up today doesn't take this action, but the Supply Chains Act does. Unfortunately, committee Republicans have been unwilling to move that legislation. The Supply Chains Bill, which is co-led by Representatives Blunt, Rochester, Dingell, Kelly, and Wild, has been endorsed by over 160 stakeholders, including manufacturers, innovators, workers, consumer groups, and local governments. And I'm disappointed that despite the overwhelming support this legislation has received and several compromises that Representative Blunt Rochester has offered, many of the Supply Chains Act's vital provisions have not yet been incorporated into the Buchon discussion draft. And while we're not there yet, I remain optimistic that with Representative Blunt Rochester's leadership, we can get to a good place before any full committee markup. Second, I want to focus on the Repair Act. It needs a lot of work. Quite frankly, I do not understand the decision to include the Repair Act on this markup without even any attempt by the Republican majority to bring impacted parties together and address mounting concerns. It is indisputable that cars and car repair have grown increasingly complicated. We should take great care to make sure that nefarious actors do not gain access to cars' operating systems and the consumer data that those systems collect. At the same time, millions of Americans live far from auto dealerships or can't afford to use their repair services, and so we should make sure that consumers can choose the automobile repair services that best fit their needs. And that's why I broadly support the goal of the Repair Act, which is to affirm a consumer's right to repair their vehicles. But this goal can't be achieved with legislation that is not ready for markup consideration. The Federal Trade Commission and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA, are the federal agencies that would need to implement core provisions of the Repair Act. They have provided extensive feedback and raised concerns about cybersecurity, vehicle safety, and administrative feasibility, but none of this feedback has been addressed. And in recent days, we've been inundated by opponents and supporters of the right to repair. Many believe, as I do, that the Repair Act is simply not ready for committee consideration. And I stand ready to work with my Republican colleagues on refining and advancing work on the right to repair and the other legislation being considered today. But I first must hear from Republicans that they're prepared to join us and do the hard work to get to a good place on these bills before proceeding to a full committee markup. To date, the process for this markup has been flawed. Subcommittee Democrats were not notified of what bills would be considered today until 2 days ago. A flawed process will lead to flawed legislation and missed opportunities to find bipartisan consensus. After all, unless all of these bills receive strong bipartisan support here in the committee, there's no chance, really, that they ever become law, and that ultimately hurts the American people. So let's not let that happen. Let's work together on a bipartisan basis. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the ranking member. Are there any other opening statements? Okay, without objection, so what we'll do now is we're going to go through the first bill. Now, folks, I understand now there are 2 votes, the PQ and the rule. So we're going to try to get through the first bill. So let's start. We don't want any further delay. So the chair calls up the discussion draft to establish a supply chain resiliency and crisis response program and the Department of Commerce, and asks the clerk to report.
A discussion draft to establish a supply chain resiliency and crisis response program in the Department of Commerce and for other purposes.
Thank you. Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the legislation will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone want to speak on the bill? Before we get to the amendments. Okay. Are there any bipartisan amendments? Okay. All right, very good. I'm going to recognize Dr. Bouchon to offer his amendment in the nature of a substitute. You're recognized, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Can the clerk read the amendment, please?
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to the discussion draft offered by Dr. Bouchon. Strike all after the enacting clause.
Without objection, the first reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Now we'll recognize Dr. Bouchon to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to see the legislation establishing a supply chain resiliency and crisis response program is included in today's markup. The last few years have demonstrated real vulnerabilities many of the supply chains relied upon by the American people, from our manufacturers to our healthcare providers to our warfighters. Establishing a program within the Department of Commerce to work alongside other stakeholders to map out and monitor our various supply chains will help us prevent shocks from happening and respond when any shocks do occur. Over the last month, I've been proud to work alongside my colleague, Representative Blunt Rochester, to find a bipartisan compromise that will accomplish this goal. My amendment includes updated language reflective of our work, such as designating an assistant secretary within the Department of Commerce to administer the supply chain program, encouraging the Department of Commerce to work with international allies and partners in securing supply chains from competitors and adversaries, and directing Commerce to develop best practices to prevent supply chain shocks. I understand that this is not a finished product yet, and that we will continue to discuss how best to accomplish the goals that we share. I'm also happy to continue working alongside Representative Blunt Rochester on an additional bill regarding blockchain promotion and deployment. This is critical as blockchains and other distributed ledger technologies hold great promise for a variety of sectors. So I would again like to thank Representative Blunt Rochester, her staff, and both majority and minority committee staff for their continued efforts to work together to make our country's supply chain stronger and more resilient. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. balance my time.
So the gentleman consider the amendment withdrawn.
No, there's others that
Okay.
would
Well,
like
no,
to
I
speak on
know,
the bill
I know,
first.
I know, yeah, I know. All right, well, why don't we have you, Representative Blunt, Blunt Rochester, speak on the amendment first.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Bilirakis. Back in September, September 20th to be exact, our legislative hearing on supply chains, I laid out my vision for a comprehensive, credible, and robust supply chains package to compete globally and create good-paying American jobs. The vision incorporated key elements of my Supply Chains Act, legislation that has garnered the support of over 160 organizations. Since then, Mr. Bouchon and I have been working diligently together on bipartisan legislation to protect our health, wealth, and national security because our country depends on it. While the amendment is not a finished product, I do think it demonstrates progress towards the bipartisan vision. Mr. Bouchon, thank you for your work and that of your team that you have put in for this important legislation. These issues are incredibly important to our country. We need to make sure we get this right. And I think the amendment shows we are getting closer to what the country needs for this moment. The amendment includes my provision establishing focused government leadership by assigning the responsibility for supply chain and manufacturing resilience to an assistant secretary in the Department of Commerce. It also includes voluntary standards that are crucial to winning back our global leadership instead of allowing our competitors to dictate the rules of the road. Finally, it embraces the need for a national strategy that elevates supply chain resilience to the forefront of U.S. national policy at a time when American jobs are threatened by the war in Ukraine and foreign actors on the other side of the globe. But we are still working towards an agreement on other vital matters. As I noted in September, we must ensure that all stakeholders are consulted as the Department of Commerce develops policies to make supply chains resilient, and that includes labor and representatives from America's workforce. While the amendment attempts to bridge this gap, there is still more work to be done. I also want to make sure the program envisioned by the amendment does not inadvertently deprive the American people of their fundamental right to pursue justice in the courts. It is crucial that we both safeguard sensitive business information while ensuring the normal course of legal and judicial review is left undisturbed. Finally, I appreciate the willingness of Mr. Bouchon to separate the blockchain program found in the discussion draft into a new bill. I look forward to continuing our work on a bipartisan blockchain policy that can make the U.S. a leader in this technology. And I'm excited to reach an agreement that satisfies these needs because there is much at stake for our country. We cannot and will not lose this global competition. And the surest way to win is to follow the simple premise that if we can make it in America, then we should. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, I appreciate it very much. The gentlelady yields back, and we'll go ahead and recess now, and we'll get back because we've got a lot of work to do. So let's recess now, and we have two votes, the PQ and the rule, and then we'll come back immediately to begin on these great bills. Thank you very much. Committee will come to order. All right, well, before we left off, we were on the Establishment and Supply Chain Resiliency and Crisis Response Program under the Department of Commerce, and we were on the AINS. So we have discussion on the AINS, and I understand that Representative Dingle would like to speak on the AINS. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I must express my disappointment regarding the supply chain discussion draft that we are considering today. It lacks several crucial provisions found in the Supply Chains Act, a piece of legislation that I'm co-leading with Representative Blunt, Rochester, Kelly, and Wild. I fully acknowledge that the draft before us is a work in progress and does not accurately represent the current state of negotiations. I understand discussions between Representatives Blunt, Rochester, and Bucshon are ongoing. To be clear, I stand firmly behind Representative Blunt Rochester's efforts. I'm hopeful that necessary edits can be made to ensure we secure the kind of overwhelming support the Supply Chains Act has received. It's been endorsed by 160 stakeholders because it gives the federal government the authorities and tools needed to strengthen our industrial base and support our supply chain resilience. But effective legislation demands a comprehensive approach. It must include the identification of an entity at the federal level charged with leading a government-wide effort to strengthen supply chains. It must also promote voluntary industry standards as a preemptive measure to address vulnerabilities before federal intervention becomes necessary. Additionally, it should guarantee the inclusion of all supply chain experts in the decision-making processes, protect the right to seek justice in the courts, and establish a strategy for the efficient and effective execution of these critical functions. I was heartened to see Representative Bucshon has filed an amendment that moves towards many of these goals. With these ongoing negotiations, I remain optimistic, and I'm hopeful that we can identify bipartisan solutions. I would like to extend my gratitude to Representative Bucshon, who is a good friend, and I love working with him, and for his work on this, alongside his work on other bills in front of this subcommittee today. It's important to address supply chain vulnerabilities proactively to prevent them from escalating into full-blown crises. And quite frankly, we have seen full-blown crises, not only during the pandemic, but I had too many automobiles that sat on parking lots for months and people out of work because of our supply chain vulnerabilities. We must act before we face debilitating shortages, before the government is forced to invest billions of dollars in rebuilding our national semiconductor capacity, and before other nations come to threaten our automobile industry's innovative and manufacturing edge. And they are there, trying to do just that. Supply chain legislation is not just important for this committee, but it's critical for this country. It's vital that we work together to get something done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you. Generally yields back. Anyone on this side, on the Republican side, wish to speak on the AINS? If not, I understand that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank again Representative Blunt Rochester, and with the optimism that we will continue to work together to find common ground. At this point, I will withdraw my amendment.
Very good. Consider the amendment withdrawn. I believe that Representative Kelly would like to speak on, well, now you can speak on the bill if that's okay with you. I'll recognize you for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Yes, you're
Supply
right.
chain vulnerabilities cannot be addressed if they are not identified, but for far too many suppliers and producers, particularly small and medium manufacturers, the cost and complexity of supply chain mapping and monitoring can be a substantial barrier. In the early stages of COVID-19 pandemic, 70% of companies surveyed stated that they were retroactively trying to identify if any of their suppliers were located in lockdown regions of China. We must heed the lessons learned from the COVID-19 supply chain crisis. That's why I'm the proud sponsor of the Supply Chain Mapping and Monitoring Act and co-leader of the Supply Chain Act under the leadership of Lisa Blunt Rochester. These vital bills identify a specific office at the Department of Commerce charged with monitoring supply chains, identifying supply chain gaps and vulnerabilities, preserving the right to seek justice in the courts, and addressing supply chain risk. That is why I'm disappointed that the supply chain discussion draft under consideration today does not include vital provisions from the Supply Chains Act, legislation that has garnered the support of over 160 stakeholders. And I have a letter I'd like to submit for the record. But I recognize that the discussion draft does not reflect current state of negotiations, as discussions between my two colleagues, Representatives Blunt Rochester and Bouchon, are ongoing. I support Representative Blunt Rochester's efforts and hope modifications can be made to ensure the discussion draft receives as much overwhelming support as the Supply Chains Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Well, I want to recognize Representative Bouchon. Does the gentleman, or we're going to make it official here now, does the gentleman wish to withdraw his amendment?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. I wish to withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, that's so ordered. All right. Any further amendments? All right, no further amendments. Is there any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, and what we'll do now is all those in favor shall signify by saying aye. We're talking about the bill. All those opposed? The ayes have it. The legislation is agreed to, and the clerk will report the result. We know what the result is. The legislation is agreed to, and we'll go on to the next bill. The next bill, the chair calls up H.R. 5390 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5390, to direct the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a study on the feasibility of manufacturing in the United States.
Without
Products.
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will open. It's open for amendments at this point. So ordered. Does anyone want to speak on the bill? Yes. Okay.
I don't have an amendment.
On the bill? You'd like to speak on the bill? Okay. All right, not on the bill. Yeah, I do have a statement, yeah. That's okay, no problem. So I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to discuss the underlying bill and to speak in support of the Critical Infrastructure and Manufacturing Feasibility Act. I want to thank Representatives Miller Meeks, Bouchon, Johnson, Custer, Schreier, and Spanberger for their leadership on this issue. This bill will require the Department of Commerce to study within critical infrastructure sectors any products that are in high demand and that are imported due to manufacturing, material, or supply chain constraints, and then examine the costs and benefits of manufacturing here in the United States. This legislation can help us to analyze the feasibility of manufacturing these products domestically in the United States, what will create opportunities for businesses in our country. I'm strongly supportive of finding pathways forward to increase our capacity to manufacture products domestically here in the United States. In fact, I'm co-chair of the newly formed Domestic Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Caucus with my colleague Buddy Carter, and we are looking at ways to bring back American manufacturing of biopharmaceuticals here as well in our work on the Healthcare Subcommittee. Whether it's in that sector or other critical infrastructure sectors, the future of American manufacturing cannot be compromised by increasing our dependence on countries like China. I also appreciate that this bill really complements the work of Representatives Bouchon and Blunt Rochester, the work that they are doing on broader supply chain mapping and monitoring, and look forward to seeing how these efforts can coalesce to help secure our country's future. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation to improve opportunities for manufacturing of critical products in the United States. Okay, and I yield back. Anyone else want any discussions on the bill? All right, now I'll recognize Representative Schakowsky for an amendment. Is that correct? No. Oh, she does not have an amendment. Not for this one. Oh, not for this one, for the next one maybe. All right, okay, very good. So the question now is on forwarding H.R. 5390 to the full committee. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. And the clerk will report the results. The legislation is agreed to, and we go on to the next bill. The chair calls up H.R. 5398 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5398, to require the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a study.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? Yeah, I do, yeah. Okay. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to discuss the underlying bill in support of the Advancing Tech Startups Act. Before I begin, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to enter to the record a letter from the Consumer Technology Association in support of the legislation. Without objection, so ordered. I want to thank Representatives Johnson and Phillips for this important legislation and their continued bipartisan collaboration over the past few years. This bill would require DOC, the Department of Commerce, to conduct a study and report on the impact of technology startups and how Congress could better promote them. For this entire year, our subcommittee has emphasized the importance of America leading in the development of standards and deployment of emerging technologies. One piece to reinforce our leadership in this space is to ensure America remains a competitive and innovative country where small businesses and startups can thrive. That means reducing barriers to innovation that prohibit these companies from starting in the first place. This bill would also require an examination to list places across the U.S. dedicated to the growth of these companies. I strongly believe these companies shouldn't be limited to a few locations around the country where they can begin their journey. This committee has worked across the aisle before to secure our technological leadership through the American Compete Act, which the provisions of this bill were previously part of. That work generated a lot of what this subcommittee is examining to secure technological leadership, and the time is now to get this piece across the finish line as well. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill. Let's get this bill to the President's desk and secure a path for backbone. Again, small business is the backbone of America. I don't have to tell you that. We must promote the growth of technology, startups, which contribute to increase the competitiveness of the United States economy around the world. And I'll yield back. Anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments at the desk? Bipartisan or any amendments whatsoever? All right, anybody? Why don't we go ahead and call, we'll do a voice vote on this, I believe, but I'm not certain. Yes? Yes. All right, we'll do a roll call then, if that's okay. So the clerk will call the roll.
Bilirakis.
Yes.
Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Yes. Bouchon votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Schakowsky.
Aye.
Schakowsky votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Dingle. Dingle votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Rodgers. Rodgers votes aye.
The clerk will report the result.
Chair Bilirakis, on that vote, we have 21 ayes and 0 noes.
That's what we like to hear. The legislation is agreed to. On to the next bill. The chair calls up H.R. 5146 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5146, to require the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a
Without
study.
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? Yes. Okay. The gentlelady is recognized. Ms. Schakowsky for 5 minutes on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Nowhere in this bill is the Department of Commerce directed to study the effects of the gig economy that it has on workers. Let me be clear. The American people are the gig economy. Without workers, the gig economy does absolutely not work. Workers are the key. The absence of the absence of the gig economy workers in the study is sadly typical, I'm afraid, of this kind of situation. There are countless labor concerns that that come to the forefront in the gig economy, including low wages, long and uncertain hours, and hazardous work conditions. And this bill would study none of these. None of that is in this legislation. The legislation also fails to provide the Department of Commerce with the resources that it really needs to carry out this study. And meanwhile, House Republicans are proposing a cut to the Department of Commerce of nearly $3 billion. So it is going to be very hard for us to really move forward with a substantial study, and it is absolutely essential that included in that study be the workers themselves, who really are the heart of the gig economy. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. You now recognize Representative Pence.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 5146, the Advancing Gig Economy Act, which I co-led with Congressman John Joyce. This bill seeks to uncover barriers to businesses conducting interstate trade by studying the impact of the independent workforce on our economy. Over the past few years, Hoosiers in southern Indiana felt the ripples in our economy, and we learned from years of dealing with the aftermath of the pandemic the difficulties companies face in quelling workforce shortages. Many small businesses and startups use 1099 employees to give them flexibility as they grow and develop their companies. In fact, survey after survey shows independent work is popular and growing even where access to benefits is less important. My wife works with about 800 gig economy folks that get 1099s every year. They choose to do that. It's wonderful work. It's supplemental work. Today, 1 in 10 workers engage in independent work as their primary source of income, and as many as 1 in 3 use independent work as supplementary source of income. Another significant driver toward independent work is the ability to use technology in rural parts of our country, like southern Indiana. An independent worker can provide care to parents, spouses, or children while making a living. This is a study that looks at the whole picture of the independent workforce, and how it will be beneficial and could help contribute to improving our economy and supplemental income to those that make that choice. I urge support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I thank him, and I wanted to see if there was any more discussion on the bill. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you,
5
Chairman.
minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Nice.
Federally funded research is critical for effective policymaking, as it often serves as a foundation for laws that better our health, create more jobs, and improve our standard of living. And that's why Congress often commissions federal agencies to explore pressing public policy issues and identify opportunities to use the levers of government to improve the lives of the American people. But Congress should not spend precious taxpayer money on unnecessary or poorly designed studies, and the study proposed by this act is, in my opinion, neither necessary nor well-constructed. There's already a massive body of research on the gig economy, what more needs to be done, and why should we be spending federal dollars to do it? Even if this were a good use of federal spending, the scope of the study being commissioned is too narrowly focused on the impact the gig economy has on business, and it leaves out the impact of the gig economy on workers, consumers, safety, accessibility, and the environment. And unlike workers classified as employees, gig workers are not entitled to minimum wage, overtime pay, unemployment insurance, workers' compensation, paid sick days, paid family leave, health and safety protections, the right to unionize, and discrimination and sexual harassment protections. But without such core protections, it should be no surprise that 14% of gig workers earn less than the federal minimum wage, more than 29% of gig workers make less than the state minimum wage, and well over half of gig workers report that they are seeking a new job. So some studies suggest that ride-sharing drivers are far more likely to be involved in accidents than other drivers, and that ride-hauling services contribute to more congestion and carbon emissions. Short-term rentals have been scrutinized for lack of basic safety features typically found in traditional hotels like carbon monoxide detectors and fire safety protections. The Advancing Gig Economy Act does not provide the Department of Commerce resources to carry out the study, which means funds would have to be diverted from the agency's other core functions. Now, House Republicans are advancing legislation that would cut the Department of Commerce's funding by 13%, which is nearly $2.75 billion below the President's budget request. Can we really expect the Department of Commerce to do more with so much less? I don't think so. And there are many stark challenges facing the American people that fall within the subcommittee's jurisdiction, including the pervasive invasion of people's privacy, 46,000 deaths and 5.4 million injuries suffered in auto crashes each year, 50,000 deaths and 12.5 million injuries related to consumer products each year, and over 5 million cases of fraud, identity theft, and other scams reported to federal consumer protection authorities last year alone. So exploring ways to address these pervasive threats to consumers and commerce is worthwhile, but studying the impact of the gig economy on American business is not. And for that reason, I would oppose this bill, Mr. Chairman, and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. He yields back. And anybody on the Republican side wishes to speak on the bill? All right, and I understand Ms. Trahan wishes to speak on the bill. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Bilrakis. I'd like to call into question the presumptions that this bill makes about millions of hardworking Americans by expressly directing the government to find ways to promote the gig economy without acknowledging the lack of protections that are afforded to gig workers. This bill gives congressional approval to a system designed by corporations to avoid having to pay workers a fair wage. This bill presumes that the gig economy is a good system and a system worth promoting, but that assumption could very well be false. Too often, we've seen congressional Republicans design legislation to cut workers out of the equation, and this bill seems to be another misguided step in that direction. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. Anyone on the Republican side would to speak on the bill? All right, seeing none, are there any bipartisan amendments to the bill? Any amendments to the bill? Seeing none, we'll go to a roll call. Roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Bilirakis.
Yes.
Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Schakowsky.
No.
Schakowsky votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Dingle. Dingle votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes no. Soto. Soto votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Clark. Clark votes no. Pallone. Pallone votes no. Rodgers. Rodgers votes aye.
The clerk will report the result.
Chair Bilirakis, on that vote, we have 12 ayes and 9 noes.
Thank you very much. The bill is agreed to, and the bill, H.R. 5146, will be reported to the full committee. Okay, next, the chair calls up H.R. 3950 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3950, to require sellers of event tickets to disclose...
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. And I wish to speak on the bill. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the underlying bill. Today, we have an opportunity to move forward bipartisan legislation that addresses price transparency in the live event ticket marketplace, which has long been plagued by hidden and confusing fees tacked on at the end of the checkout process. I'm glad to finally be addressing this issue on a bipartisan basis and a bicameral basis, as a matter of fact, with my colleague, Ranking Member Schakowsky. And I know that Senator Cruz has a bill, a companion bill in the Senate. I'm grateful for her partnership, of course, the ranking member on this bill, and know that we have truly been working together on a collaborative basis to get this language right in a way that ultimately protects consumers and fans of those concerts, sports events, and other live performances. Our bill, H.R. 3950, the Ticket Act, will require ticket issuers, including issuers on the secondary market, for these live events to clearly and conspicuously disclose at the beginning of the transaction and throughout the ticket purchasing process the total ticket price for the event, and an itemized list of the base ticket price and each fee associated with the total price. Full transparency. This upfront pricing requirement also includes the total ticket price in any advertisements or other marketing activities as well. I'm grateful that industry stakeholders have recognized the need for upfront pricing and their commitment to implementing these requirements for the sake of consumers. We truly have a broad consensus of stakeholders who support transparency, and I'm glad we can move this initiative forward, long overdue. The other item at hand is the issue of the so-called speculative tickets, which we've heard very clearly from stakeholders from multiple sides of the debate, including at our legislative hearing, that these tickets that are being sold to consumers by those who don't actually have full or constructive possession of the ticket, it's fraudulent and deceptive, in our opinions. I'm glad that Ranking Member Schakowsky and I both agree that we need to go further than what is currently in our bill. That's why we're also considering our speculative ticketing ban draft in our markup here today, and that comes after this bill. While we have come a long way towards reaching an agreement on language with regards to the bill and our Ticket Act here, unfortunately, we're not quite there yet, but this is just a subcommittee. However, I want to be clear, I'm committed to continuing our work and making changes that need to be made to this bill and to our speculative ticket discussion draft to ensure that speculative tickets are addressed more fully. I believe we can reach a consensus agreement between the subcommittee markup today and the full committee markup, and I hope that Ms. Schakowsky shares this commitment. I believe she does. I'm also interested in working to make the necessary technical amending changes to ensure that all-in price provisions works for everyone. This is a responsible way to do things. At the end of the day, I want to ensure the bill we put out at the full committee level is the best policy with the highest amount of consensus across stakeholders and across the aisle. With that, I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 3950, the Ticket Act, and I yield back the balance of my time. Yeah, I'm going to recognize Representative Schakowsky for her 5 minutes. I appreciate it very much. I know you wish to strike the last word, correct? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want to echo what you said and just tell you what a pleasure it's been to work with you on the Ticket Act. It's really so important. This is one of the things that is one of the biggest irritations, anxiety for many people who want to go to a venue. There are people who do it regularly, and there are people who make a decision to go, for example, you're finally going to bring your child to Taylor Swift. They've been begging you. It's a lot of money, and it's a big commitment to do that. So, we want to make sure that there is no surprise billing. And this has happened not only in the area of venues and tickets to events, but throughout our economy, airlines and renting a hotel room, et cetera. But today, we are talking about tickets and ticket venues. I had an example. I can give an example. I, as a thoughtful boss, bought tickets for all of my staff for the baseball game that was held by the members of Congress. And I was happy to do that and surprised, willing to pay anyway, but found that there was this 27% increase at the end of the transaction. That's what happens. You think you know how much you have to pay, and then there's the hidden costs that come when you actually have to pay. And so what we want to make sure, what we call upfront pricing, so that the consumer can see it immediately and get it done. The second bill, as you said, is talking about something so obvious, right? That if you are sold a ticket and the seller tells you you have the ticket, but the seller really doesn't have the ticket, you pay for it, that has to be illegal. And so we need to work on that, and we're going to work together on the draft to make sure that that's included too, so that everyday people who have a lot of money, but particularly people, this is a very special occasion for them to be able to afford these events, have what they believe is the cost and make the decision based on their view, not on somebody adding on the seller adding on to the price. So this is, I think, a very popular bill that I'm hoping that all of us on both sides of the aisle will work on together, as you and I have, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I yield back.
Very well said. The gentlelady yields back. And now I want to ask on the Republican side if there's anybody to speak on the bill. Seeing none, anyone on the Democrat side? Yes, okay. Ms. Castor, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am heartened that the committee now is going to tackle the problem of hidden fees in event ticket sales. It's really gotten out of hand. It's not just Taylor Swift and Beyonce. It's across all venues, all ticket sales. And what's happened is a lot of the sales now, we don't sleep out for Bruce Springsteen tickets overnight, where you used to camp out in front of the Turtles record store. It's all online. And as the ticket sales have migrated to online, the sellers have really saddled consumers with these fees. And you know what I'm talking about. I know everyone's gone through and they have clicked through to get to, okay, you pick your seat, you pick your price level, and then you click on the checkout, and all of a sudden, lo and behold, I'd be 27%, you said, Rep. Schakowsky, just these enormous fees, and you're like, where is this coming from? And consumers are being gouged. So I'm so heartened that the committee is going to take this important first step to ensure that the true ticket price is presented to the consumer, and they're not over the barrel by the time they've spent 15 minutes, a half hour going through this to try to select their seat and their fees. And there's another important part of the bill in addition to the true ticket price being disclosed, and that's what Ranking Member Schakowsky said, clearly disclosing to consumers whether the ticket issuer has actual or constructive possession of the event ticket at the time of the sale. Because the other problem that happens that I've heard from venues and consumers back home in Florida is that when you don't actually have the ticket, it really hurts the venue. It hurts the consumer when that sale falls through, and that's an economic harm to these venues and to the people. Many mom and pop businesses are being hurt by these fall through sales. So I'm also really heartened, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member and Chairman McMorris Rodgers and Ranking Member Pallone, that you're saying let's work to improve it even more, because I think there's another area that we should address, and that's what they do to collect unnecessary data on you. You know, when you sign up to purchase a ticket, sometimes they're asking for information that is not necessary whatsoever, or they're having you sign up for through an app, and then that app is going to track your location, gather data that's completely unnecessary. And we've heard a lot in this committee about how Americans are plagued by unnecessary mass data collection. We heard during the last legislative hearing how this predatory practice has infiltrated the ticketing industry. Mr. Bryalt from the National Consumers League spoke about consumers being forced to click through multiple screens, provide personal information, just to get to the point to see the price of the ticket. And he went on to say that this seems to be a way to try to hide the ball and make it harder for consumers to shop. So I'm sure you all have experienced this as well. So this committee knows better than any other about the alarming increase of data collection, which is aggregated and monetized without our consent. The ticketing industry is an area ripe to address some of these data concerns. And I was going to offer an amendment today to limit the amount of personal data that ticket operators can collect, only allowing the collection of data that is relevant and reasonably necessary for the purchase of a ticket. But seeing as you all have said, okay, let's work on this, we can improve it as we move forward. Mr. Chairman, I want to ask you if you're willing to consider these kind of improvements to the bill as we move forward.
Absolutely, and this is one of the reasons that we need the national privacy standard as well. So I appreciate it. I'm willing to work with you on this.
Thank you very much. I look forward to continuing our important work to protect consumers' personal information.
Can I just say, too, I really appreciate that, and it does underscore our need for a comprehensive privacy bill, but certainly in this instance. And I want to just say that the 27% that I had to pay more is actually less than, sometimes it goes up to 40, 50% additional charge on those. It's a lot of money that people have to pay, and they shouldn't have to give their private information.
It's completely outrageous, and I'm really grateful for the bipartisan work on the Ticket Act and look forward to working on it. I yield back.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, let's move to the amendatory process. We have an amendment. Representative Armstrong, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk, and as
The clerk needs to call the roll, yeah, on the amendment.
Can the member please specify the amendment?
Sure. I don't have the specification, I'm sorry. Which one is it? 0221. I have it, I just had it on the wrong sheet, I apologize.
Amendment to H.R. 3950, offered by Mr. Armstrong. Page 2, after line 21, insert the following. Refund requirements, cancellation or postponement. Beginning 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act,
Objection, the amendment is dispensed with. Not, excuse me, yeah, 1 second.
Yeah.
Let's call up the amendment again, the first reading. Okay.
an amendment to H.R. 3950, offered by Mr. Armstrong. Page 2, after line 21, insert the following. Refund requirements, cancellation or postponement. Beginning 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act, if an event is canceled or postponed, or for some other reason,
If you
a
could
ticket
suspend,
issuer-
please, I understand that's the wrong amendment. Yeah. We'll get this clarified in a second.
Sorry. It's my staff's problem. This is the amendment, I just don't have the number. We've got it now. Okay, sorry.
Okay, will the clerk read the amendment, please?
An amendment to H.R. 3950, offered by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota. Page 2, strike lines 11 through 21. Page 2.
Without objection, yeah, let's read the whole thing so everybody knows, please. Thank you.
Page 2, strike lines 11 through 21. Page 2, line 22, strike C and insert B. Page 2, line 24, strike or B. Page 3, line 6, strike subsections A and B and insert subsection A. Page 3, line 14, strike or B. Page 3, line 23, strike D and insert C.
Very good. And now we'll recognize Representative Armstrong for his 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the bipartisan work on this and also Congresswoman Castor's work for data privacy. If we can do transparency and privacy, I'm 100% all in. And I intended to withdraw this amendment at the conclusion of my remarks, but this is going on something both the chairman and the ranking member discussed. And the amendment would simply strike Section 2B titled Disclosure of Speculative Ticketing. I have concerns that this language would have the unintended consequence of affirming the practice of speculative ticketing in federal law. While Section 2B includes a disclosure to the consumer, it offers minimal protection for what is inherently deceptive practice, which is selling an item without actual or construction possession of it. This provision also contradicts Section 2 of the ticketing discussion draft that we are also considering. The discussion draft would prohibit a ticket issuer or secondary market ticket issuer from selling a ticket unless it has actual or constructive possession of that ticket. The discussion draft would allow for a secondary ticketing exchange to offer a service to purchase tickets on behalf of consumers. I would ask that the committee work towards addressing the disparity between these provisions, and I urge a prohibition on speculative ticketing sales, especially because many of these cases will be fought in various state and federal jurisdictions across the country, And disparities like this can cause significant confusion to both the courts and the litigants. I also seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Fix the Ticks Coalition, which also addresses these concerns. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I withdraw my amendment.
Okay, let's do it formally. Does the gentleman wish to withdraw his amendment?
I do, sir.
All right, very good. Without objection, so ordered. Any further amendments? Yes, you're recognized, Mr. Pallone, for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk labeled SL, it looks like SLW 0221. At least I think that's how it's labeled.
An amendment to H.R. 3950 offered by Mr. Pallone. Page 2, after line 21, insert the following. Refund requirements, cancellation or postponement, beginning 90 days after the date of the
Without
enactment.
objection, the first reading is dispensed with. You're recognized, Mr. Pallone, for your 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say I'm pleased to see the committee is taking the steps we've heard so far with this bill in restoring fairness and transparency to the event ticket marketplace by ensuring the first price you see on an event ticket is the price you pay. So I want to applaud Chair Bilirakis and Ranking Member Schakowsky for all the work they've done up to this point to advance this bill, and I hope they can continue to work together in a bipartisan manner and produce a bill with the strongest possible protections for consumers. But I also want to commend my friend and colleague, Representative Pascrell, for his leadership around ticketing and all the hard work he's put out into our legislation, the BOST and SWIFT Act. Now, the amendment I'm offering today is inspired by provisions in the BOST and SWIFT Act that would mandate refund requirements and provide transparency for consumers about ticket sellers' refund policies. Consumers should not be left on the hook if a ticket issuer cancels an event or for some other reason fails to honor a legitimate ticket. Consumers should also know what the policy regarding refunds is for an event and how to obtain a refund before they purchase a ticket. Consumers deserve to enjoy their favorite artists and other live entertainment without fear that they will be left on the hook when an event is canceled. Now, I know I heard the chairman say earlier that he wants to work with us further on this bill as we proceed to full committee, so I would ask the chairman and the ranking member if you're willing to address this refund policy at some point before we move to full committee. I withdraw the amendment.
Absolutely. Willing to work with you, of course.
Right. I see you both nodding.
She's nodding her head yes.
All right, well, thanks a lot, and with that, I will withdraw the
So does the gentleman wish to withdraw the amendment?
Yes.
All right, very good. Without objection, so ordered. Okay, are there further amendments? Ms. Rochester, you're recognized to explain your amendment. Of course, we'll bring it up. The clerk will read the amendment first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk labeled SLW 0222.
An amendment to H.R. 3950 offered by Ms. Blunt Rochester. Page 2, after line 21, insert the following. Deceptive URLs. Disclosure of secondary sale required.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and you're recognized, Ms. Blunt Rochester, to explain your amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to start off by thanking Chairman Bilirakis and Ranking Member Schakowsky for your bipartisan leadership on the Ticket Act. I also want to take a moment, it was already mentioned a few times, but not in the context of the economy. I'd like to thank Beyonce and Taylor Swift for energizing our economy. And I'm also offering this amendment, which I intend to withdraw, that would require full disclosure and transparency for consumers from companies issuing tickets on the secondary market, and that would prohibit the unauthorized inclusion of specific names and trademarks and URLs that consumers interact with during a ticket purchase. From dark patterns to deceptive marketing tactics, there are many ways that consumers are at risk when shopping online. Checking a URL or the web link to ensure that it looks legitimate is a defensive way many consumers are taught to protect themselves. That makes it all the more concerning that consumers may be tricked by intentional references to trusted venues, artists, or teams in URLs used at the point of contact for the ticket purchase. The Ticket Act is an important step forward in ensuring that consumers are empowered with information they need to make informed choices about where, how, and from whom they purchase tickets. URLs should help consumers identify where they are online, not cause greater confusion. This amendment would help do just that. I will withdraw my amendment unless my colleagues wish to weigh in, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
So does the gentlelady wish to withdraw her amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered. And I am willing to work with you on this particular amendment, and I believe the gentlelady, the ranking member is as well. So
Yes.
thank you. Thank you so much for withdrawing. All right. And now what we're going to do is vote on the question now occurs on forwarding H.R. 3950 to the full committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. So the legislation is agreed to. That's H.R. 3950, forward to the full committee. So ordered. Okay. The chair calls up the speculative ticking ban discussion draft and asks the clerk to report.
A discussion draft to prohibit speculative ticketing as an unfair or deceptive act or practice and for
Without
other
objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The legislation will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Any amendments? All right, then we'll have some discussion on the bill. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the underlying draft bill. So, as I mentioned, so it is a discussion draft. As I mentioned previously, we have a significant proposal before us. Draft legislation that moves to prohibit the use of speculative ticketing as an unfair and deceptive act or practice. Again, I want to thank Representative Schakowsky, the ranking member, for bipartisan cooperation and collaboration on this effort. We've been negotiating this discussion draft language in good faith, and I'm confident we will ultimately reach an agreement that can achieve the best policy solution for consumers who often get duped and defrauded by bad actors looking to make money from fake ticket sales. And this is not difficult to do, and it's happening everywhere in all of our districts. Our intent here is to hold bad actors fully accountable by the Federal Trade Commission. No fan should be caught left with nowhere to turn when they've been sold a fake ticket that they thought they had purchased from an illegitimate website selling tickets that don't exist. I mean, could you imagine getting a ticket for your child, and then it turns out that, on the day of the event, you realize it's fake? I mean, my goodness. It's just not a good situation. You break the child's heart. This type of fraudulent deception is unacceptable and needs to be banned. Despite these bipartisan concerns, we do have language in this discussion draft bill that would allow secondary market ticket sellers to provide consumers with a choice to receive a service that pays individuals to procure tickets on one's behalf. This service can be provided for convenient purposes and for consumers who may not have the time or capability to obtain a ticket at the time it goes on sale to the public. But we must ensure this is not being advertised directly as a ticket itself, and we're working to address this issue. Another provision we've heard from stakeholders on all sides of the spectrum is the issue of fake websites, where unscrupulous bad actors again take advantage of look-alike, counterfeit-type websites to sell fake tickets that don't exist. This type of practice should be illegal, and I'm hopeful we can address this policy moving forward. Representative Schakowsky, I know that we're close. We're very close to an agreement here that will ensure that all these consumer protections are in place for the sake of fans, artists, local small businesses, and customers alike. And I know they're making a lot of progress in the Senate. They've already had markups on this particular issue. I hope that you will continue, Representative Schakowsky, to work with me on these provisions to address this consumer harm fully and appropriately by the time we get to full committee markup. We still have some work to do. With that, I urge my fellow subcommittee members to support this discussion draft bill before us, and I yield back the balance of my time. Anyone else wish to talk about the draft, the bill draft? You're recognized.
Thank you. Let me just
Yeah,
strike
just strike the last word. Thanks.
Very, very briefly, let me just say, not only do I want to thank our chairman and the many individuals who have been involved, but I also just want to thank the stakeholders that have been involved in working on this. We continue to work with the stakeholders as we move forward. We need to get legislation passed. I know there are a number of members on our subcommittee that are interested as well, and I feel confident that we're going to be able to move forward on this legislation. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good, thank you. Anyone else? All right, there are seeing none, and there are no amendments, I understand. Am I correct? All right, the question now occurs on forwarding the speculative ticketing ban to the full committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No? I say aye, though. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to, and the legislation is agreed to, will be forward to the full committee. So we appreciate that. Moving along, the chair calls up the no hidden fees on extra expenses for stays discussion draft and asks the clerk to report.
A discussion draft to prohibit unfair and deceptive advertising of prices for hotel rooms and
Without
other
objection, the
places.
first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. Any amendments? Oh, she wants to speak on the bill. Okay, very good. You're recognized. Ms. Castor is recognized to speak on the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Strike the last word, correct?
Move to strike the last
You're
word.
recognized.
Thank you so much. I've been talking with Congresswoman Kim about this bill. Here's another bipartisan effort where we're going to come down on the side of consumers against a lot of these hidden fees. And Mr. Chairman, you know, coming from the Sunshine State, how some visitors are often lured into hotels or motel rooms or lodging that also do not disclose all of the fees online. And it's a real trap for consumers as they plan their vacations with their scarce, savings, and this is going to be an effort. But the way as we move the discussion draft into legislation, I think right now there are a couple of provisions that need a hard look. One is a preemption. One is a safe harbor provision that I understand is just a giant loophole which would undermine the intent of the entire bill. I understand that these provisions are not contained in the Senate versions. Not all the time is the Senate better. I don't, we dispute that oftentimes, but here I think it would be wise to align them so that we can ensure that we're really helping the consumers here and making sure when they go to book online that all the fees are disclosed and that they're not coming into an online trap where they lose their hard-earned savings. So I hope you'll, again, can agree to, you and Ranking Member Schakowsky will work on this bill as we get it introduced and move forward.
Definitely, and does the gentlelady yield back?
I yield back my time.
Okay, very good. Now I'm going to recognize Ms. Cannon, who's a primary co-sponsor of this particular piece of legislation, and I'll recognize you to speak on the bill for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Bilirakis, my
And you
fellow
strike
Gator.
you strike the last word, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
I
very
do.
good.
I move to strike the last word and speak in support and call up Representative Kim's no hidden fees on extra expenses for stays legislation. This bill will help consumers understand what they are paying for at the time that they book and pay for the reservation and check out of a hotel. Now, as someone who calls the Sunshine State home, I, along with my other tourist destination states like Representative Castor and Representative Dunn and Bilirakis, we all understand how important legislation like this is. Tourism is the #1 economic driver for Florida, and so it's very important that as we have visitors from all over, not just the state, the country, but the world come to places like Florida, that they aren't surprised with hidden fees. So this is a very timely bill, and we're very excited for this legislation and working through it. So I think it goes without saying that this is a bipartisan effort, that, we don't want Americans who don't have time to wait until checkout to know what they need to owe. And I would say broadly, I want to thank the stakeholders, including the American Hotel and Lodging Association and Travel Tech, for all their work on reaching a consensus, something that doesn't happen very often in this town. So we're grateful for the work that has been done, and we stand ready to work in a bipartisan fashion so long as we know what changes are being sought in advance of today's markup. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I appreciate that. Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, let's go to the amendatory process. Yes, on the bill? Yes. Okay, you're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Another fellow
Chairman.
for a good friend of mine. Thank you.
It wouldn't be a true Sunshine State moment unless we talked a little bit about Florida tourism in the IDC committee. I'm honored to represent a top tourism destination of Orlando, Florida. We pride ourselves on being a family-friendly destination. Chairman, as you know, also representing the state, families save for years to put together these vacations. I often get asked about how old should my child be when they get there, and whether they'll, be old enough to enjoy Disney or Universal or SeaWorld. Gatorland's in the district, another great attraction, fun spot. I could go on. And so as they're saving for years to come down to have these amazing experiences and memories, families should be able to rely on the price that they see online. The price should be the price at the end of the day. And I know most hotels, attractions are very transparent about that, especially if you buy direct, but we've seen some gamesmanship over the years with these teaser rates, and then it ends up costing families when they should know at the front end. We want them to have a good experience in Orlando and across Florida, and be able to save accordingly, knowing honest information. So thank you for bringing this bill forward, and I concur with Representative Castor. We have a little work to do, but we'll get there. Thank you. I yield back.
Appreciate it very much. I thank the gentleman. He yields back. Are there any amendments to the bill? Bipartisan amendments? Any amendments? Yes, okay. I'll recognize Representative Pallone for offering his amendment and explaining it.
Thank you, Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk labeled CBN 013.
Yes, the clerk will speak to the amendment.
An amendment to the discussion draft offered by Mr. Pallone. Page 2, strike line 15 and all that follows through page 3.
Without objection,
line
the first reading is dispensed with. You're recognized, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Consumers should not be presented with surprise fees when they go to buy a ticket or check out from a hotel. Hotels and online travel agencies have many names for these types of fees: resort fees, amenities fees, facilities fees. Regardless of what they're called, surprise fees that consumers do not expect make it hard to comparison shop and can burden household finances. And that's why I'm proud that President Biden and House Democrats continue to work to prevent junk fees. While I support the intent of the discussion draft before us today to require disclosure of mandatory fees before a consumer purchases a hotel room or books a short-term place to stay, I have concerns with provisions in the bill. In particular, the bill contains a safe harbor provision that would provide a massive loophole for online travel companies and undermine the intent of the bill. The safe harbor would protect companies that display incorrect information if they do not have sufficient information to display all mandatory lodging fees. Rather than incentivizing companies that are in the business of disclosing hotel costs to confirm and display all applicable fees, this safe harbor will encourage bad actors to avoid obtaining accurate information so that they appear to be offering the lowest possible prices and then leave consumers paying unexpected fees at checkout. The amendment, you stated that you are willing to work with Democrats before this bill is brought in front of the full committee so that we can pass this strong bipartisan bill. And so I would ask that if you could commit to working with me on this surprise fee aspect, I would withdraw my amendment, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I commit to working with you, and I believe the ranking member does as well, so.
All right.
So does the gentleman wish to withdraw his amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good. Without objection, that is so ordered. So we appreciate that very much. Are there further amendments? Nothing further. All right, very good. The question now is on forwarding the no hidden fees on extra expenses for stays act to the full committee. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. Very good, moving on. Next is, the chair calls up H.R. 6125 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 6125, to require online dating service providers to provide fraud ban notifications to online dating services members.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. And I'm going to recognize myself for 5 minutes to discuss the underlying bill. I want to extend my support to the Online Dating Safety Act of 2023 by Representative Valadao and Representative Peterson. This bill would require the online dating service providers to issue a fraud ban notification to their members who have received or responded to a message from a banned member on the online dating service. A lot of our seniors, unfortunately, fall prey to fraudulent messages and scams happening on these online dating platforms, not just seniors, though. Naive users send money or personal financial information to the fraudsters on that platform. The fraud ban notification would include information about the banned member they have interacted with and some information regarding ways to avoid online fraud. It is very important to inform users and to protect them from bad actors, especially as the communication from the online dating service moves to other platforms over time. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to protect consumers of online dating services from fraudsters. And I yield back the balance of my time. Representative Pallone, you're recognized. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You wish to strike the last word, correct?
Thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Today, as more and more consumers report using online dating services, it's important that we are proactive in preventing harm, especially on online dating apps and other online platforms. And while I support the intent behind this piece of legislation, I have concerns regarding provisions in the bill. For example, I do not understand why the bill includes a provision expressly limiting liability and specifying that the bill does not create a private right of action. More fundamentally, I think we should consider whether to do more to make sure that online dating services ban customers who have defrauded or otherwise harmed other customers. So as the bill is currently drafted, Mr. Chairman, I cannot support it, and I would ask our members to vote against it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Okay, we're ready to vote on the bill. All those in favor say aye. This is 6125. Those opposed? The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. Yes. Would you like a roll call? All right. Very good. The clerk will call the roll.
Bilirakis.
Yes.
Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Yes. Bouchon votes aye. Wahlberg. Duncan. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Allen. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Kamick. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Dingle. Dingle votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes no. Soto. Soto votes no. Trahan. Clark. Clark votes no. Pallone. Pallone votes no. Rodgers. Rodgers votes aye.
How is the gentleman, Mr. Bouchon,
Mr.
recorded?
Duncan is not recorded. Duncan votes aye.
How is Mr. Bouchon recorded?
Mr. Bouchon is recorded as aye.
How is the chair recorded?
The chair is recorded as aye.
How is Mr. Wahlberg?
Mr. Wahlberg is not recorded. Wahlberg votes aye. Ms. Lesko is,
Yes.
Ms. Kamick, excuse me, is not recorded. Kamick votes aye.
Can you please call the names of those that are not recorded at this time?
Rep. Lesko is not recorded. Rep. Allen is not recorded. And Rep. Trahan is not recorded.
Okay, the clerk will report the result.
Chair Bilirakis, on that vote, we have 10 ayes and 8 noes.
The legislation, it's H.R. 6125, is agreed to. Chair calls up H.R. 5202 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5202, to reauthorize the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spot Safety Act.
Without
And-
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. And I'm going to strike the last word and speak on the bill. I now recognize myself again for 5 minutes to discuss the underlying bill. I want to thank my good friend and fellow Floridian, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and my friend and ENC colleague, Dr. Burgess, for leading this effort and for their bipartisan cooperation on moving this important reauthorization bill. I'm fully supportive of this important program implementing the CPSC. This bill, which is named in memory of Virginia, who drowned while entrapped by a hot tub drain in 2002, was enacted into law in 2008 and remains a key education and training tool for state and local governments to keep their kids safe through the pool safety requirements. I worked with Representative Wasserman Schultz on this on the state level many years ago. I urge members from both sides of the aisle to support this bill to increase the safety and supervision of our children near pools and spas. And I yield back the balance of my time, if anybody, unless someone else wants my time. Anybody else want to speak on the bill, on the Democrat side? Are we okay?
Chairman?
Yeah, Representative Castor, you're
I have an
recognized.
Ains at the desk.
You have a
Burgess?
names at the desk. All right, is there
Burgess.
anybody else who wants to speak on the bill? All right, why don't we go with the aims? If the clerk would report the aims.
It's Burgess 060.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5202 offered by Ms.
Without
Castor.
objection, the reading is dispensed with, and Representative Castor is recognized on the aims.
Thank you, Chairman Bilirakis. Members, drowning remains a leading cause of death across America, and drowning can happen in seconds anytime there is access to water. About 11 people die each day from drowning in the United States, and drowning kills nearly 4,000 people each year. Of injury-related deaths, drowning is a leading cause of accidental death in children age 1 to 4, and the second most likely leading cause of accidental death in children aged 1 to 4. And there are disparities in drowning deaths, with higher rates of drowning for people of color and for those living in rural areas. The Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act was originally passed in 2007. It has improved the safety of all pools and spas by increasing layers of protection and promoting parental supervision. The law has 3 components. It provides for a grant program that incentivizes states and municipalities to adopt their own pool and spa safety laws and support education efforts. These grants provide critical support for local officials to enforce safety requirements and educate communities about drowning and entrapment dangers. The law also directs the Consumer Product Safety Commission to launch Pool Safely, a national drowning prevention education campaign, and it requires every public pool in America to install safe drain covers that prevent suction entrapment. The reauthorization of the Act builds on the success of the initiative. It makes key changes. It extends the grant eligibility to both nonprofits and Indian tribes, as well as creates a grant awareness campaign to expand the reach of the program to new jurisdictions. The CPSC would be required to prioritize grant applicants with several factors, such as areas with the highest drowning incidents and entities targeting underserved, minority, or rural populations. And it requires after-action reports from grant recipients and additional transparency and reporting from the CPSC to maximize the effectiveness of the initiative over time. My amendment, also drafted by Congressman Burgess, would simply clarify the CSPC staffing requirements to ensure the agency is equipped to carry out the grant program. It's imperative that we reauthorize and expand this initiative to promote the safe enjoyment of pools and protect lives. I want to thank my friend and fellow Floridian, Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz, for her dedication and commitment to preventing drownings and protecting our children. I also want to thank our colleague, Representative Burgess, for working with us to extend this initiative on a bipartisan basis. And I want to thank my fellow Floridian and neighbor, Chairman Bilirakis, for putting this bill, including it on the markup list today, and thank Ranking Member Schakowsky for her leadership as well, so that we can do everything possible to help save lives. Thanks, and I yield back.
Thank you. I appreciate any further discussion on the amendment. No? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment should signify by saying aye. All right, all those opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any further amendments on this particular bill, H.R. 5202? Seeing none, let's vote on the bill. All in favor of 5202, H.R. 5202, say aye. Aye. All right, all opposed? Okay, the ayes have it, and the bill 5202. The roll call has been requested. If the clerk could call the roll, we'd appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Bilirakis.
Yes.
Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Kamick. Schakowsky.
Aye.
Schakowsky votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Dingle. Dingle votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Trahan. Clark. Clark votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Rodgers.
Madam Clerk, how am I recorded?
Chair Bilirakis is recorded as aye.
Thank you. How is Representative Wahlberg recorded?
Mr. Wahlberg is recorded as aye.
Okay. How is Representative Kamick recorded?
Representative Kamick is not recorded. Kamick votes aye.
How is Chairman Rodgers recorded?
Chair Rodgers is not recorded. Rodgers votes aye.
Thank you. So HR 5202, as amended, is agreed to and forward to the full committee. The chair calls up HR 2964 and asks the clerk to report. Did she report the result of the last bill? If you could, let's ask the clerk to report the result of the last bill. I believe I skipped over that. I apologize.
On that vote, there were 20 ayes and 0 noes.
Very good. Excellent. That's what we'd like to hear. So we'll report HR 20, was it 20, what did I say?
HR 2964.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. We'll report it to the committee, and we'll start off with HR 2964, if the clerk will report. Appreciate it.
HR 2964, to require the Federal Trade Commission to issue regulations requiring certain products to have do not flush labeling and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Anyone want to talk on the bill? Yes. Representative Pallone, you're recognized for 5 minutes on the particular bill. This is, okay, HR 2964. Is there anyone on my side? Yes, correct. The sponsor of the bill, is that correct? The primary co-sponsor of the bill. Yeah, Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes, and you are speaking for the bill. You're recognized, sir.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Absolutely.
This bill, the Wastewater Infrastructure Pollution Prevention and Environmental Safety, or WIPES Act, that was introduced by my friend and colleague from Michigan, Representative McLean, and Representative Peltola from Alaska. This bill would help ensure consumers know from the label on the packaging whether certain disposable wipes are safe for our nation's wastewater and sewer systems. Many consumers are unaware that flushing these products creates significant problems for plumbing, wastewater treatment facilities, as well as septic systems. These actions can not only lead to major backups, but also add huge costs to homeowners and municipal governments. If any of you haven't toured a wastewater facility, do so and ask to see this problem. You'll never forget it. By requiring manufacturers to add a common-sense label of "do not flush" to the packaging when appropriate, HR 2964 will ensure consumers have the information they need to properly dispose of these products. And you'll find that very few will have this label on it because they aren't suitable for flushing. I urge my colleagues to support this common-sense legislation that protects our underground infrastructure and helps prevent homeowners and taxpayers from having to pay for expensive repairs. Thank you. Urge the support, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. He yields back. And for what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey wish to
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word to speak.
You're recognized, sir.
And I'm speaking in opposition to the bill.
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I support the intent of the WIPES Act, which is to ensure wipe manufacturers label their products as non-flushable in order to protect wastewater infrastructure from damage. I must oppose the bill in its current form. According to technical assistance from both the FTC and the EPA, there are fundamental issues with the bill as written that must be addressed before we move forward. It's my understanding that the current language poses implementation challenges that may lead to unnecessary confusion for not only regulators, but for industry and consumers alike. Before we can move forward on any bill that looks to preempt state laws, we must ensure it implements the strongest possible standards for consumers. And I ask that my Republican colleagues commit to working with me to make necessary changes to ensure that the WIPES Act will be effective in its goal and not rush this bill to a full committee markup. And so while I plan to vote against H.R. 2964 today, I am hopeful that my concerns can be addressed and will positively contribute to the bill's intended outcome. So again, I look forward to improving the bill before the full committee markup. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Gentleman yields back. Anyone on my side, on the Republican side, that wishes to speak? Anyone wish to be recognized on the Democrat side? Are there any amendments, any bipartisan amendments to the bill? Any amendments to the bill, partisan amendments to the bill? Okay, then we're going to call the roll. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on 2964. This is just a voice vote. Oh, okay. I understand there's no request for a roll call, so we'll go with a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, all opposed?
No.
Okay, so HR, according to the chair, HR 2964 is forwarded to the full committee. All right, let's move on here. Next, the chair calls up HR 5556 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5556, to make exclusive the authority of the federal government to regulate the
Without
labeling.
objection, the full reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. Any discussion on the bill, the underlying bill? I have a couple things I want to say, and then I'll recognize the other side. Yeah, absolutely. I recognize myself for 5 minutes on this particular bill, the American-Made Products Act. I'm strongly supportive of this consumer-friendly bill that has been introduced by my friend, Representative John Curtis. This bill will ensure the reinforcement of American-made products are consistent nationwide. I understand that we've had a productive conversations with the minority on this effort in a bipartisan fashion, and I want to keep those going, these discussions going, to ensure we reach a bipartisan deal with our friends on the other side of the aisle. This bill places the duty on the federal government to regulate the labeling of products that are made in the United States with Made in America or Made in America labeling standards. It is important that the FTC enforces this regulation and to make sure that this supersedes any conflicting state laws through a national standard. American consumers deserve the right to know whether the products they purchase are made in America or not. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation to encourage consumers to support American businesses. And I'll yield back the balance of my time. Further discussion on the bill, the underlying bill. Seeing none, we'll go through the amendatory process, and I'll recognize Representative Schakowsky for an amendment. I believe she has an amendment.
Amendment at the desk. Do you see it?
An amendment to H.R. 5556, offered by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois. Page 2, strike
Without objection, the
lines.
first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment. Well, anyway, this is an amendment. So, again, without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and you're recognized, Ms. Schakowsky, to explain your amendment. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am a great supporter of Made in America, Made in the United States, and the label. It absolutely empowers consumers and and businesses, and is a very important thing that, position that we have. But I believe that any change to the existing law must protect the integrity of the Made in America label, and my amendment codifies and my amendment codifies the existing Federal Trade Commission, FTC, standard for these labels. And so and if we are to go forward for preemption of the states, which is in the legislation, then we must ensure strong federal qualifications for Made in America, and that's the intention of this legislation. I do, though, Mr. Chairman, want to thank you for a commitment that you will work with me on this to add that, hopefully, to the legislation at the end of the day. And with that, I will withdraw.
Can I ask the gentlewoman not to withdraw it until
Oh, okay.
others have had a chance to
Sorry.
speak on it?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Okay, does the gentlelady yield back?
I yield back.
Yeah,
yes.
we're on the amendment. So anyone from the Republican side wish to speak on the amendment? No? Okay, I'll recognize, I believe Representative Pallone wants to speak on the amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, I
You
do.
wish to strike the last word?
Yes.
Okay,
And
very good. You're recognized, sir.
And I know our ranking member Schakowsky is going to withdraw, but I just wanted to say a few words in support of it before that happens. Because the Made in the USA label, as the gentlewoman said, is very important, and it empowers consumers to make more informed purchasing decisions and rewards American manufacturers that invest, employ, innovate, and produce their products in the United States, including many small businesses that can gain a competitive edge based on labeling their products as made in America. And I have to say, Mr. Chairman, I often look at the labels, and so they're very important to me personally. I think that we have to ensure that any modification to existing Made in the USA law puts consumers and American producers first and protects the integrity of the Made in the USA label. And that's why I support the Schakowsky Amendment, which codifies the existing Federal Trade Commission standard for unqualified Made in the USA labels. The FTC standard requires all or virtually all of a product to have been made in America to be affixed with a Made in the USA label. And that means all significant parts, processing, and labor that go into a product must be of American origin. Such a robust standard ensures that the Made in the USA label distinguishes domestically produced products from foreign goods. And so, should this subcommittee advance legislation that preempts states' authority to establish standards for Made in the USA labels, we must ensure that we codify the FTC standard. And that's because when federal law is not as strong as it could be, states provide an important backstop. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I know it's going to be withdrawn, but I know that we're going to work on it as we go to full committee. So thank you, both of you, again.
And I thank the gentleman. The gentleman yields back? Yes. All right, very good. Anybody else wish to discuss on the Republican side this particular amendment? If none, I'm going to recognize the gentlelady from Illinois for the purpose of withdrawing her amendment. You're recognized, ma'am.
Yes, I will.
Does the gentlelady wish to withdraw her amendment?
Yes, with your commitment that we'll work together on this.
Absolutely. Without objection, so ordered. Okay, now we're going to vote on the bill. We're going to vote on the bill, HR 5556. I'm going to ask for the yeas and nays. All in favor of HR 5556, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, consider HR 5556 approved and referred to the full committee without objection. Next. The chair calls up H.R. 1797 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1797, to require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to promulgate a consumer product safety standard with respect to rechargeable lithium-ion batteries.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. First, any discussion on the bill, the underlying bill? No? Seeing none, I'm going to recognize, I believe, Representative Clark. You are recognized to explain your amendment, offer an amendment for the nature of a substitute. You're recognized, Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk labeled Clark 027.
If the clerk could read the amendment, we appreciate
An
it.
amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1797, offered by Ms. Clark of New York. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. You're recognized, Representative Clark, to explain your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I am happy to see this committee take up meaningful legislation to protect consumers and address the myriad of challenges they face today. And I'm proud to say the Setting Consumer Standards for Lithium-Ion Batteries Act does just that. Introduced with my colleagues from New York, Representative Torres, Representative Garbarino, Representative Ryan, Representative Bowman, Representative D'Esposito, Representative Espaillat, and Representative Goldman, this bipartisan common sense legislation directs the Consumer Product Safety Commission to set a mandatory safety standard for lithium-ion batteries in personal mobility devices such as electric bikes and scooters. Fires caused by lithium-ion batteries in e-bikes and other devices have already killed 14 people and injured 93 others in New York this year. Since 2021, unsafe micromobility devices have been linked to hundreds of fires and over 24 fatalities. The simplest way that we can protect consumers from fires caused by micromobility devices is to require them to meet certain mandatory safety standards, and this bill does just that. The aims offered today is reflective of the feedback received from CPCS and productive discussions with my colleagues across the aisle. Changes made to the underlying text include providing CPSC with additional time to promulgate the safety standard, as well as flexibility for CPSC to modify the standard via rulemaking. This bill is supported by industry stakeholders and fire chiefs alike, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Any further discussion on the ains? On the Republican side, Democrat side? Okay, so now we'll vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute for 1797. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. And I believe there's a roll call vote that's been requested on HR as amended. HR, 1797 as amended. If the clerk could call the roll, we'd appreciate that.
Bilirakis.
Yes.
Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Kamick. Schakowsky.
Aye.
Schakowsky votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Dingle. Dingle votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Trahan. Clark. Clark votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Rodgers. Rodgers votes aye.
How is Representative Kamick recorded?
Ms. Kamick is not recorded. Kamick votes aye.
Excellent. The clerk will report the result.
Mr. Bouchon is not recorded. Bouchon votes aye.
Anyone else? Clerk will report the result.
Chair Bilirakis, on that vote, we have 20 ayes and 0 noes.
H.R. 1797 as amended is agreed to and forwarded to the full committee. The chair calls up Awning Safety Act discussion draft and asks the clerk to report.
A discussion draft to require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to promulgate a mandatory customer product safety standard with
Without
respect-
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the legislation will be open for amendment at any point. Anyone wish to speak on the discussion draft? I do. Yes. Well, I'll go ahead and get started. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to discuss the underlying bill. I strongly support the Consumer Protection Safety Commission Awning Safety Act drafted up by Representative Balderson and Representative Castor. This bill will save lives and will require the CPSC to promulgate a mandatory standard regarding retractable awnings within the jurisdiction of the CPSC related to the risk of injury or death from the awning unexpectedly opening and striking a person. Motorized and retractable awnings on the patio in home settings can present a great risk of accidental injury or even death to consumers. A mandatory standard enforced by the CPSC would enhance the safety of consumers. This is a very important bill. Like all the bills that we have, it affects people directly, and we want to save lives. So with that, I'll yield back, and more than likely, Representative Castor. For what purpose, Representative Castor?
Move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Representative Balderson for introducing the Awning Safety Act with me. It's an important consumer protection bill which would prompt the Consumer Product Safety Commission to promulgate a safety standard for fixed and freestanding motorized retractable awnings. Awnings are a necessary part of our lives. They shield us from the hot sun and the elements. And the last thing that people should be worried about is a defective awning, but there are too many cases of awnings opening unexpectedly with great force. In 2019, a motorized awning product was recalled after 14 incidents, including 1 fatal injury. The CPSC has worked quickly with the manufacturer to recall the product and provide a remedy for consumers, but it's really surprising the number of significant awning recalls. So we want to give the CPSC an additional push to continue their work to save lives and keep families safe. That's why Rep. Balderson and I are working to improve product oversight here. And I want to thank the professionals at the Consumer Product Safety Commission and our professional staff too for identifying this product. We really need to educate the public and help them identify dangerous products so all Americans can enjoy the great outdoors without the fear of injury or death from products that they presume to be safe. So with that, I'll yield back my time and encourage a yes vote on the Awning Safety Act.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. The gentlelady yields back. Anyone on the Republican side? Any amendments, any bipartisan amendments? Any amendments at all? No? All right, then let's, all those in favor, because there's no roll call at this point. All those in favor say aye of the particular legislation. All opposed? The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The legislation is agreed to, and we will move on. Next is the chair calls up HR 4814 and asks the clerk to report. Forty, okay, maybe we skipped one, huh? Okay, all right, let's go with this one first. The chair calls up HR 4310 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 4310, to ban the sale of products with a high concentration of sodium nitrite to individuals and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. Yeah. Ms. Strahan, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful for the bipartisan agreement from the chair and the ranking member to include the Youth Poisoning Protection Act in today's markup. At a time when so many in our country, particularly young children and young adults, are struggling with their mental health, this bipartisan, bicameral legislation is urgently needed. Nearly 2 years ago, the New York Times published a story on their investigation into an online forum where anonymous users encouraged those in despair and thinking of harming themselves to end their lives. The report detailed how this forum, one of many like it that operate in the shadows of the internet, presents itself as a community where those suffering from mental illness and suicide ideation can find help. But within seconds of visiting the website, you're met with countless posts dedicated to why you should end your life and quote-unquote goodbye threads where other users describe their suicide attempts in real time. Some users have made it their purpose to share instructions on suicide methods, including a relatively unknown method that has become popularized on these forums. Many threads link directly to listings for sodium nitrate, a chemical intended for curing meat and fish that is lethal when high concentrations are ingested. Despite no known recreational use for the chemical with a concentration of over 10%, those same listings offer in its nearly purest form 99.9% in many cases. Sodium nitrate is promoted on the forum as a painless way to die by suicide, but survivors have detailed nausea, vomiting, intense stomach pains, and heart palpitations as the substance chokes off oxygen delivery to critical organs. When notified by my Office of the Product's Popularization as a suicide method, many websites, including Amazon, that sold the product have taken down their listings or limited sales only to other businesses with a proven use for it. But there are bad actors out there looking to capitalize on people experiencing suicidal ideation by creating websites for the sole purpose of selling the chemical as suicide kits. Earlier this year, a man in Toronto, Canada, was arrested for operating a website that marketed itself as a company selling meat preservatives, but only sold sodium nitrite while offering instructions on how to use it to end one's life. So far, the website has been linked to the deaths of over 120 people globally, although the actual number is likely far higher since the culprit was selling multiple kits a day for years. And a recent toxicology publication based on data from the National Poison Data System points to a rise in self-poisonings using sodium nitrite in the United States in the last half-decade. However, despite the important step taken by Canadian officials to arrest this disturbed individual and shut down his website, there are still retailers to this day who sell highly concentrated amounts of sodium nitrite to the general public despite knowing what many buyers plan to use it for. And right now, there's no law on the books to stop them from doing so. Mr. Chairman, the Youth Poisoning Protection Act changes that by prohibiting the consumer sale of sodium nitrite products with a concentration higher than 10%, the usefulness threshold agreed upon by independent experts. I will note for my colleagues that this bill solely limits the sale of this product to consumers. There are some businesses that cure meat and fish in bulk and need to purchase sodium nitrite in high concentrations as part of that process. This bill will not affect them. It solely seeks to end the straight-to-consumer sale of highly concentrated sodium nitrite that is helping fuel the efforts of anonymous suicide forum users pushing each other to end their lives. It's simple, it's straightforward, and it has the potential to save lives. And that's why I'm so grateful to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and in both chambers who were instrumental in drafting this legislation. Representatives Mike Carey, Katie Porter, and Chris Stewart, as well as Senators Tammy Duckworth and J.D. Vance. I urge the members of the subcommittee to join us in supporting this strong bipartisan legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. General Lee yields back. I want to thank her for offering this legislation. Unfortunately, it's necessary. And we've got to do everything we can to save these kids' lives. It's a shame that we have to do this, but again, it's necessary, and I want to be a co-sponsor of the bill as well. So let's, if there are any further discussion on the bill. No further discussion, we'll vote on the bill. All in favor of H.R. 4310, say aye. Anyone opposed, say no. All right, the bill is approved. The legislation will be forwarded to the full committee, and again, the legislation is agreed to, and we'll keep going.
Now the chair calls up H.R. 4814 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 4814, to direct the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish a pilot program to explore the use of artificial intelligence in support of the mission of the Commission, and to direct the Secretary of Commerce and the Federal Trade Commission to study and report on the use of blockchain technology and digital tokens, respectively.
Thank you. Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendments at any point. So ordered. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? Mr. Soto, you're recognized for your comments on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm honored to be able to introduce the Consumer Safety Technology Act along with Representatives Burgess, Trahan, Guthrie, and Castor. Thank you all for your support, and thank you, Chairman, for helping agenda this bill for today's markup. The bill requires various agencies to explore the use of emerging technologies in the context of consumer protection and safety through a pilot program, a study, and then a report as well. It's a combination of three bills that from the 117th Congress that continue to have bipartisan support as it passed out of the House last term. It's pretty simple. The crooks already are using artificial intelligence. We need to make sure the cops on the beat are able to do that too, to be able to identify anti-consumer activities online that's tracking trends and injuries involving consumer products, identifying consumer product hazards, monitoring the sale of recalled consumer products, and identifying consumer products that do not meet specified requirements related to product safety. We heard that this will also help save money and limited resources at the Consumer Product Safety Commission in our committee hearing just a few weeks ago. The second title directs the Department of Commerce to study potential applications of blockchain, how it could be used to address fraud and other unfair and deceptive trade practices done in consultation with the FTC. The key about blockchain technology is a fixed ledger. Once you add stuff to it, it can't be removed under existing technology. So it really underpins saving and storing information in a trustworthy way in the internet. And lastly, Title III deals with digital token taxonomy. It has the Federal Trade Commission reporting on how to address unfair and deceptive trade practices related to digital tokens, and any recommendations from federal agencies to both protect consumers and promote innovation. For that and more, thank you, Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for the good explanation of the bill. Does anyone else want to speak on the bill? Representative Kemick, you are identified.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word on the underlying bill. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Guthrie, Soto, Trahan, Burgess, and Castor for their work on this legislation. I also want to thank specifically Representative Soto for his continued support on blockchain and other distributed ledger technologies. We have seen how China is working to move quickly ahead in this space and claim global leadership here. So I think that the work of this subcommittee has done this. Congress and the previous Congress can be imperative to understand how to secure American leadership in this space. We have also seen how misconstrued this technology can be framed. So let me be clear, blockchain does not mean Bitcoin. I can't believe I have to say that, but I feel like I have to. Blockchains have so many different applications as we have learned throughout hearings earlier this year. So we must work to prevent this technology from being thought of by just one application. I do worry, however, that this language may conflict with the work of Dr. Bouchon and Ms. Rochester on the broader supply chain and blockchain, a topic that this subcommittee has spent ample time on. So I'm also curious as how it may be duplicative of some of the work that this committee is doing as a whole within the American Compete Act. So I would ask my friend, Representative Soto, to work with us prior to full committee so that we may ensure that there are no duplicative or conflicting requirements with the other blockchain legislation that is in the ecosystem currently. And with that, I yield back.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will yield to my friend from Florida.
I am honored to be able to work with you on this. We want to make sure we're not having duplicative language, whether it's in the Energy and Commerce Committee or in the Ag Committee. I enjoy our continued partnership and work together.
Thank you to my friend from Florida. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Well, enjoying such bipartisan joy together, I appreciate that. Are there any bipartisan amendments to be offered? Are there any other amendments to be offered? Seeing none, the question now occurs in forwarding H.R. 4814 to the full committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 906 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 906, to ensure consumers have access to data relating to their motor vehicles, critical repair information, and tools, and to provide them choices.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? I recognize Representative Dunn to speak on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm so happy that the Repair Act is being considered by this subcommittee today. My bill is motivated by the preservation of consumer choice as well as the restoration of a fair and free marketplace in the automobile repair industry. When I buy a product, a house, a stove, or a car, it belongs to me. When you buy a product, it belongs to you. But currently, when we buy vehicles, our options to repair and service our own property are diminishing. We are on a problematic path for consumer choice. Soon I may not be allowed to repair my own car. Cars are effectively computers on wheels now, which is great for the sake of innovation. At the same time, it's important to preserve the large industry that is entirely dedicated to repairing vehicles. We cannot allow the repair industry to be vertically integrated at the expense of American jobs and the expense of losing the right to repair your own car. Now, as technology continues to develop faster than consumer protection laws, it's time for an update. I believe the Repair Act is a proper response to a vertically integrated repair industry. I'm grateful for the 46 co-sponsors, including the support of Representatives Davidson, Gluesenkamp-Perez, and Boyle. I also enjoy support from some of my esteemed colleagues on this committee, Mr. Wahlberg, Ms. Castor, and as well as the ranking member's verbal support of the Repair Act at the latest September hearing. I understand as we move to consider this bill as a committee of the whole, some of my colleagues have desired to strengthen language regarding cybersecurity and data protection. I welcome engaging in and working with each and every one of you to make sure that we pass this much-needed, consequential law with vital cybersecurity data privacy protections. And speaking of data privacy, I would like to submit the following article for the record. It's entitled, "Most Major Car Companies Admit They May Be Selling Your Personal Information," a new study finds. Mr. Chairman? This was published less than 2 months ago by Business Insider, and I quote, "Cars are getting an F in data privacy. Most major manufacturers admit that they may be selling your personal information. A new study finds with half of them saying they would share it with the government or with law enforcement without a court order." This committee has been dedicated to improving cybersecurity and individual data privacy. As written, the Repair Act intends to reflect this and will continue to get stronger. I've heard from vehicle manufacturers who have a bias, honestly, to protect this continued vertical integration, a system where owners must go to the OEMs for their repair functions. And for this reason, I'm not supportive of a current memorandum of understanding, or MOU, that some of my opponents of the bill are offering as an equitable alternative. Over this past summer, I took to the pages of The Hill to write an op-ed expressing my views on this, which I would also like to submit for the record today, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair? Submit for the record?
Yes.
Thank you so
Without
much.
objection, so order.
When you have an MOU that is enforced by the very same entities that are competing with the aftermarket auto repair, it's inherently unenforceable. Moreover, this specific MOU included less than 5% of the independent repair shops. My bill, the Repair Act, seeks to represent 100% of them. Since presenting my argument against this MOU, I've heard from some who want a, quote, FTC-enforced MOU. If you feel that way, I invite my colleagues to co-sponsor this bill, because it is enforced by the FTC instead of by the OEMs, and there is specific language to provide consumer choice. Cybersecurity and data protection will continue to be strong and get stronger too, compared to the current situation that Stellantis created to monetize the car owner's personal data. Let's protect the independent repair industry and the hardworking men and women that they employ, as well as the rights of the owners to repair their property where and when they see fit. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and for what purpose does Representative Kelly wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, I move.
You
to
are
strike the last-
recognized.
I appreciate the subcommittee's deliberations to protect consumers' rights to repair their vehicles. Independent repair shops perform over 70% of automotive repairs in the United States, serving our consumers and car manufacturers well. Price remain competitive, access to local repair shops provide convenience for consumers, and repairs can be completed in an efficient manner. However, I am concerned about the Repair Act in its current form. This is a transformative moment for the industry, and it is critical that any legislation put forward upholds privacy, safety, and security for consumers across the country. As wireless repair and diagnostic data sharing becomes more prevalent in vehicles, it is imperative we determine the most secure methods for safely making repairs and diagnostic data accessible while strengthening consumer protections around access to sensitive data. Similarly, we should consider limits to what data is accessible and how cybersecurity would be addressed before regulations are established. I also think we should explore whether there are unique issues involving repairs to commercial heavy-duty vehicles and how they differ from light-duty passenger vehicles prior to full committee action. That said, I look forward to continuing to work with Rep. Dunn, Ranking Member Schakowsky, and my colleagues on this committee to address concerns put forward by key stakeholders. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does our chair, Ms. Rodgers, wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You are recognized.
I'd like to thank Dr. Dunn, Dr. Bouchon, and all of my colleagues for their work on this topic. I understand that there are several amendments that have been filed to address different concerns from relevant stakeholders. Subcommittee markups are an opportunity for this type of civil discourse to occur and discuss areas for improvement and revisions in the base text and amendments. This is exactly why a subcommittee markup is beneficial, providing members the opportunity to share their views and see where agreement can be formed. I would highly encourage my colleagues to offer and withdraw their amendments with the goal of working with each other between this subcommittee markup and the full committee. We will have time to collaborate and consider changes and additional language on this topic. I encourage all respective parties to work in good faith to find a resolution. I yield back.
I want to thank the gentlelady for her leadership. Okay, next, anyone on the Democrat side wish to speak on the bill? We'll get to the amendatory process, but on the bill, no one? All right, then I'll take my turn. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the bill. I want to thank Dr. Dunn for his work on this legislation, H.R. 906, the Repair Act. We certainly appreciate him as a valued member of the subcommittee, and I look forward to continuing to work with him on this particular issue, as well as all the other policy areas of focus that are priorities for him and for our subcommittee. The intent of this legislation is to help consumers have access and choice for where they get their motor vehicles repaired. I think we all can agree that vehicle ownership should have the right to repair and maintain their automobiles at a place they feel works best for them, and to get access to the information needed to make those repairs effectively. Furthermore, I think almost everyone of us on the subcommittee can point to honest, hardworking, independent auto repair shops, I know I can, in our districts who do the critical work needed to keep our cars safe on the road and back to working condition, as well as the significant infrastructure needed to ensure aftermarket parts and repair options are available in a fast and affordable manner. I was able to visit a salvage parts center in my district in Crystal River, Florida, a beautiful place. And I found it very informative to hear their concerns about the industry and their efforts to protect consumers. So I commend Dr. Dunn for putting his ideas forward for how to better provide that protection, choice, and access to consumers. However, one thing that has been made abundantly clear through the many amendments that have been filed here today is that there are members on both sides of the aisle that have significant concerns about the language of the bill and the other possible implications it could have for public safety and cybersecurity. And I appreciate all those concerns. And I do think that those concerns are really important and they need to be fleshed out. So I agree with the chair of the full committee. I know Dr. Bouchon and Representative Dingell have a bipartisan aims that they would like to discuss. And there have been other amendments filed that ensure that any data generated for these vehicles can't be used for improper uses such as targeted advertising. I even have an amendment myself that deals with autonomous vehicles and self-driving cars, which I believe should be discussed in a separate setting than here in this particular bill. But when we get to my amendment, I'm planning to offer and withdraw it. I encourage others to do the same. And I tell you what, I'm very proud of all the members today. They're doing an outstanding job. We're working collaboratively in the best interest of our constituents. In that spirit, I'm urging the supporters of this bill to sit down and negotiate with those who are opposed to try to find common ground, find a consensus. On the dais, I asked that Dr. Dunn work with me and with Dr. Bouchon, Representative Dingell, Representative Wahlberg, Representative Allen, Ranking Member Schakowsky, and of course the chair, and others to address the various concerns that are going to be raised today. We need to get this bill right to ensure that consumers have a right to repair in a way that can ensure public safety on our roads. There's no doubt that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done before any possibility of full committee consideration to find a path forward. And I really look forward to working with all of you. With that, I appreciate and look forward to hearing these debates today. And of course, I'll yield back the balance of my time. Otherwise, I recognize, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, move
does
strike
Mr.
last
Pence-
word.
Yes, yes. For what purpose do you have, what would you like to speak on?
Move strike last word.
Okay, you're recognized, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to echo concerns raised by my colleagues today. This bill is a work in progress, and there are a number of outstanding issues to work through, and I'd like to thank Dr. Dunn for bringing this to the forefront. I think, as the chairman just mentioned, maybe a broader hearing on this, bringing all the constituents together and talk about all the different issues as indicated by all the amendments that have been offered today. You know, in my district, I've got Cummins Engine Company, auto manufacturers, independent repair shops, aftermarket manufacturers, and dealerships alike that I hear from on a regular basis on this topic. There's a broad scope of repair, data accessibility, and advanced technology issues that need to be addressed and worked through. I agree with my colleagues on the importance of right to repair and the need to protect consumers' access to their own data in an ever-increasing digital world, particularly in rural America. As we continue working towards finding common ground on the right to repair, I urge my colleagues to consider spending time learning the issues on both sides and how we can work together. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will yield my time.
I thank the gentleman. I agree with you. This is a work in progress, and you know, I'm proud the MOU was worked on during the summer between all parties involved. But Congress is probably going to have to act on this, and I appreciate all the amendments. As my colleague from Indiana said, it shows there's some areas to address, and we need to find the sweet spot, Mr. Chairman, on this piece of legislation. It affects the auto dealers, but it also affects the shade tree mechanics like myself and the numerous repair shops around the country that folks take their cars to. So I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I look forward to the work on this. I yield back.
I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back, and I want to thank the chair again for regular order and going through this is what these subcommittees are all about, and it's actually working. So we appreciate that very much. Is there anybody on the Democrat side that wishes to speak on the bill? All right, otherwise, we'll get to the amendatory process. Oh, yes, Mr. Fulcher, I believe, would like to speak on the
Thank you,
bill
Mr.
on
Chairman.
the Republican side. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to actually defer because some of my colleagues have raised some of the same questions I had. Just security and ownership of information garnered from vehicles is of concern, but I'm confident now with the previous dialogue that we're going to be able to work that out prior to the final bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Why don't we go ahead to the amendatory process? Let's see. I'm going to recognize Dr. Bouchon. For what purpose, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk in the nature of substitute.
You're recognized. If the clerk could read the amendment, appreciate it.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 906, offered by Mr. Bouchon of Indiana. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm grateful for my colleague, Representative Dingell, for co-leading this amendment in the nature of a substitute. Across the United States, and especially in rural districts like Indiana's 8th District that I represent, over 75% of post-warranty repairs are completed at independent auto repair shops. These independent shops and licensed dealerships together keep all of our constituents' vehicles on the road and at affordable prices, and this is a concept that I support. In 2014, repair shops nationwide and automobile manufacturers came together and agreed to a memorandum of understanding preserving the ability of consumers to get their car repaired at the place of their choosing. I was glad to see that this commitment was renewed this past summer. So rather than looking at passing text that institutes new requirements that expands the rulemaking authority for the already overly aggressive FTC, and that experts say would make vehicles potentially less safe and more vulnerable to cyber attacks, I think Congress should use a standard that has a proven track record. That is exactly what this amendment would do. It would codify the existing memorandum of understanding that has been in place nationwide for nearly a decade and add enforcement authority under Section 5 of the FTC Act to give consumers and manufacturers additional certainty and protection when it comes to the safety of their vehicle and access to getting it repaired where they choose. I have other concerns with the Repair Act base text, including but not limited to the fact that it allows the FTC to require access to additional types of data regardless of whether those types of data are related to motor vehicle repair. It imperils manufacturers' confidential business information, and it lacks adequate protections for consumer data that are in line with the other goals of this committee as we are advancing, such as a national data privacy framework. I cannot support the Repair Act in its current written form, and I believe that codifying the current MOU would be a more sensible approach at this time. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit documents for the record related to this issue, and we've already done that. One piece is technical assistance provided by NHTSA from the Repair Act, which highlights data security concerns and other issues with the base text. Next is a letter from NHTSA to various vehicle manufacturers detailing how the Massachusetts right to repair law is preempted by the Safety Act. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time, and I yield back.
I appreciate it very much. The gentleman yields back. On the amendment, again, on the Ains, is there anyone on the Democrat side that wishes to speak? I believe Representative Dingell, would you wish to speak on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you,
Strike the
Mr.
last
Chair.
word.
I move to strike the last word, and I'm very grateful to join my colleague, Mr. Pallone, in co-introducing this bill. And I want to thank both the full committee chair and you, Mr. Chairman, for encouraging us to continue to work together before this reaches the full committee level. I want to begin by making absolutely clear I support the right to repair. Folks should have the right to fix something when it breaks, and they can do it by themselves. You wouldn't want me to, but others can, or by taking it to an independent repair shop. But I have significant concerns with H.R. 906, the Repair Act, as it is now, and I cannot support it in its current form. The underlying bill is overly broad and, in my view, poses a significant risk to consumers nationwide. On top of this, it contains significant loopholes that will undermine our competitiveness, our national security, and the security of consumer data. I want to remind my colleagues that for almost 10 years now, thanks to a national memorandum of understanding between the auto manufacturers and the aftermarket repair community, the auto industry has provided the necessary tools and information for independent repair facilities to diagnose, repair, and maintain vehicles. I repeat, independent repair shops have and have had all the information they need to diagnose and repair issues today, tomorrow, and into the future. So to be blunt, the Repair Act aims to address a problem that in reality does not exist. And that's why I am honored to be offering this substitute amendment with my colleague, Representative Pallone. Our substitute amendment seeks to codify the existing MOU between auto manufacturers and the independent repair shops, which again grants independent repair shops access to all the same data necessary to diagnose and repair that manufacturers provide to the dealers. And in addition to codifying the MOU, the substitute amendment empowers the FTC to oversee compliance and enforce in the event of violations. This enforcement mechanism takes the current MOU agreement a step further, aligning it with the administration's goals and officially putting the right to repair one's vehicle into law rather than solely relying on voluntary commitments. I firmly believe that this substitute amendment is the best path forward, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Even the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, as my colleague mentioned earlier, has expressed reservations about the underlying Repair Act, citing its excessive breadth and potential privacy and safety concerns. It is evident that there are serious issues with this bill and why we've offered this alternative. I want to remind my colleagues that 75% of the work done on out-of-warranty vehicles is currently being done by independent repair shops. If right to repair were really an issue, how are such a high volume of repairs already being done at independent repair shops? Today, we exist in a thriving and competitive market, and the Repair Act, as it's currently written, will not fix that. This substitute amendment, on the other hand, commits into statute the MOU and creates the robust enforcement mechanism. So my question to those in favor of the Repair Act, what more do you want? What is it you want? Are we truly seeking right to repair, or are we pursuing broader objectives like access to intellectual property, a wide variety of data, or telematics? Are we opening a Pandora's box that could affect the future of consumer privacy, cybersecurity, or driving and vehicle safety? I really want to work with my colleagues on this committee on a path forward. And I believe that my colleague from Indiana and I, this proposed amendment is a step in the right direction. So with all those concerns being said, I really want to work with everybody before we go to the full committee. And I also think that we would benefit from the results of an ongoing GAO report on this very subject requested by Ranking Member Schakowsky. We have an opportunity to do this right, and it should benefit us all with the available information available to us. We as a committee must consider the broader implications of this bill, and I look forward to working with all of my colleagues. And in the interest of that, I won't introduce the 6 other amendments I might have. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thank you. And I understand Dr. Bouchon would like to be recognized.
If no other people are planning to speak on the amendment, Mr. Chairman, with all the goodwill we see here at the committee today to continue to work together to address all of these issues at this time, I'd like to withdraw my amendment.
Okay, there's another amendment at the desk, and who would like to be recognized? For what purpose, Dr. Bouchon?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
You're
Bouchon
recognized, sir.
033.
You're recognized, sir. If the clerk could read the amendment, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Just to clarify, did you say that was Trahan 033?
No, Bouchon, yeah, whatever it is. The numbers are the same. I don't know why it says Bouchon entry in 03. Yeah.
Thank you. An amendment to H.R. 906 offered by Mr. Bouchon of Indiana. Page 5, line 3, strike data and insert data.
Without
and-
objection, should the amendment should be dispensed, the reading is dispensed with on the first reading. Yes, you're recognized, sir, for your explanation of your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. NHTSA, the agency directly responsible for ensuring that vehicles are safe for all road users, has expressed concern with the standardized access platform provisions of the Repair Act. In technical assistance that the agency provided after last month's legislative hearing for the Repair Act, NHTSA expressed concerns, and I quote, "No standardized access platform exists," and that NHTSA would not be able to issue standards as would be required by the underlying legislation, the Repair Act. Additionally, it said the designation of a standardized access platform, and I quote, "creates large-scale cybersecurity risks. DHS, DOD, and other security agencies would need to be involved in administration of such an entity. These agencies are not consulted under the current bill, and the inclusion of such a platform potentially could endanger road users. My amendment follows the technical assistance provided by NHTSA and strikes the standard access platform language from the bill. There is an existing regime where repairers are able to access data necessary for a repair, and this policy within the base text of the Repair Act will only create vulnerabilities for road users. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Any further discussion on this particular amendment? Yes. Yes. The gentleman, Dr. Bouchon, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, again, as with the current the previous amendment, because it's very clear that all of us want to work together on a bipartisan way at the committee for a pathway to move forward, at this time, I will withdraw this amendment.
Without objection, that is so ordered. Thank you, appreciate it very much. For what purpose does Mrs. Trahan, Ms. Trahan, or Dr. Trahan?
No, doctor.
For what purpose does she wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk labeled Trahan 033.
Okay, if the clerk could read the amendment, appreciate it.
An amendment to H.R. 906 offered by Mrs. Trahan of Massachusetts. Page 8, after line 2.
Excuse me. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment adds common sense privacy protections to the Repair Act. Privacy protections that I know this committee understands the value of given the breadth of our work last Congress on the American Data Privacy and Protection Act. Right to repair is a critically important issue that will decrease costs for consumers, promote competition and innovation, and strengthen our economy. My home state of Massachusetts overwhelmingly supports right to repair. Massachusetts passed a right to repair ballot initiative in 2012, and in 2019 expanded protections to enable wireless access to telematics data, with 75% of voters supporting the measure. And I commend the hard work of Congressman Dunn in building the bipartisan coalition in support of the Repair Act today. As we all know, ensuring the right to repair for automobiles requires providing access to vehicle-generated data to independent repair shops in the same way that automotive manufacturers and dealerships access that data. Modern automobiles both collect and use many types of personal data, including audio and video recordings for features like voice assistance and automated braking and steering. My amendment seeks to establish a basic consumer protections for the data made accessible by this bill. Quite simply, it establishes a right for consumers to revoke data access and ensure that their data is deleted. It also restricts the use of vehicle-generated data to ensure that it is not sold to data brokers or online advertisers. I support independent repair shops, but I don't want to enable or incentivize the sale of motor vehicle owners' private information. I will not be requesting a vote on my amendment at this time, but I ask Representative Dunn to commit to working with me to address these concerns.
I'm delighted to commit to work with Representative Trahan.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. I'd like to call attention to another amendment that I have at the desk, which is labeled Trahan 34. While my first amendment dealt with the use of data by independent repair shops, it's not fair to limit their data use without acknowledging the uncomfortable fact that data is already up for sale. There's nothing stopping vehicle manufacturers from collecting, licensing, and selling our data today, and most of them are already doing it. Vehicle manufacturers' privacy policies reveal that they are using our data to collect, infer, and sell details about all of our personal lives. For example, Stellantis set up a whole business unit exclusively dedicated to monetizing the data it collects from tens of millions of American vehicles. I think we should just put a stop to it. While I won't be asking for a vote on this amendment either, my proposal would extend basic privacy protections to vehicle-generated data collected by the manufacturers as well. I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will support these common-sense measures to protect consumers' privacy, and I yield back.
Yes, well, is the general lady prepared to withdraw her amendment? Now, this is 033. Yeah, I understand. Why don't we do that? Then we'll have Ms. Blood Rochester speak on the amendment, and then I'll make the request.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the recognition as I move to strike the last word. I would first like to speak in support of Ms. Trahan's amendments, and I think most people can agree that getting your car repaired can at times be time-consuming, inconvenient, and sometimes even an expensive undertaking. And when someone needs for their car to be fixed or their vehicle, it's crucial that consumers have the ability to choose a repair option that works for them, whether that is at an independent repair shop in their neighborhood or with the authorized vehicle dealer. The Repair Act, which we are marking up today, is not a perfect solution, but it's a good starting point. Consumers want and deserve access to the basic information and tools necessary for the repair of their vehicles. But this debate is also about something more fundamental: the right a consumer has to the data collected about them by their vehicle. This is a principle I wholeheartedly support. That's why I support and propose the proposed amendments by Ms. Trahan, which would strengthen data security and privacy protections for consumers. An overly broad definition of, quote, vehicle-generated data could lead to the unnecessary disclosure of personal consumer data and could increase cybersecurity vulnerabilities. In fact, these concerns underscore the persistent and overarching need for a comprehensive federal privacy framework that our committee continues to work on. I urge my colleagues to continue their work on a solution that, number one, promotes the right to repair, number two, protects privacy, and number three, empowers consumers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Trahan, we have a couple of things to do here, some work to do. Would Dr. Trahan, does the gentlelady wish to withdraw her amendment 033?
Yes, I will withdraw both amendments.
Well, let's go one at a time.
Okay.
Without objection, so ordered. And now I'm going to ask Dr. Trahan if she wishes to withdraw 034, and I'd like a response from her on that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with my colleagues.
Without
before the committee
objection,
work.
so ordered. Okay. I think we're ready now. Okay. So I have an amendment. I'm going to recognize myself. I have an amendment at the desk. It's BILIFL 42. I like that number, Jackie Robinson.
An amendment to H.R. 906, offered by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dismissed with, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment, and then I plan to withdraw the amendment. My amendment to the Repair Act would ensure that fully autonomous self-driving vehicles are not inadvertently covering the bill and creating unintended consequences to this future technology. I understand from the sponsors and supporters of the Repair Act that they did not necessarily intend to cover autonomous vehicles, and my amendment would clarify this under the definition of motor vehicle, that they are not within the scope, and it is also would clarify that trade secrets would not be divulged. As all on this subcommittee know, we have been very active with respect to the AVs, and there are discussions, particularly between Representative Ladd and Representative Dingell, on potential AV legislation. We've held hearings where I've been able to discuss the possible societal benefits this has for American leadership on the global scale, for the U.S. economy, the public safety, and speaking from personal experience, the significance, again, the significant mobility and accessibility benefits they can have for disabled seniors, but people that are visually impaired as well, whether they're seniors or younger people. When we speak of autonomous vehicles, these are level 4 or level 5 vehicles, as defined by the Society of Automotive Engineers, that are driven entirely by the vehicle's unique automated driving system technology and not a human driver. It is critical emerging technology and distinct from even the driver assist technologies in vehicles today. The AV industry has evolved as a fleet managed model rather than direct sales to consumers. This is for AV companies in the ride-hail business, shuttles, or delivery. Thus, I do not believe that AVs are implicated by the policies of the Repair Act, which deal with consumer choice for the vehicles they own. Further, we're still at very early stages of scaling to offer only thousands of vehicles in very selective locations rather than millions nationwide, and the technology is evolving extremely rapidly. That's why we need a bill as soon as possible. And I commend the gentlelady with working with Chairman Latta on this particular bill. We got to get across the finish line as soon as possible. Thus, I believe it's prudent to ensure that this emerging technology can retain its current model as the technology itself is still growing and evolving by limiting the scope of the motor vehicles considered under the bill, at least until AV ownership is made a reality sometime in the near future. My amendment provides this clarity to keep AVs out of the scope here until that future data, again, that future date comes, and in my opinion, it makes a lot of sense. Dr. Dunn, I'm willing to withdraw this amendment, but I do hope that you will work with me on this particular issue regarding autonomous vehicles, and I ask that we resolve this before any full committee consideration of this underlying bill. I hope I can get that commitment from my colleague and fellow Floridian. And before you give me that commitment, there may be somebody else who wants to speak on my particular amendment. Democrat side, Republican side, no. So Dr. Dunn, you're recognized, and I'd like to get some assurances from you. I think
Mr. Chairman, I'm very happy to commit to work with you on this. I think some excellent ideas have been brought forward in these amendment processes, and I'm delighted to include them in the final product.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So with that commitment in the spirit of course, bipartisanship as well and cooperation, I withdraw this amendment. And without objection, so ordered. So for what purpose does Mr. Allen from the great state of Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
So would the clerk please read the amendment?
Can the member please specify the amendment?
ALLEGA 012.
An amendment to H.R. 906, offered by Mr. Allen of Georgia.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, and we've heard this over and over here today, would ensure that the vehicle data that is shared with aftermarket parts manufacturers and independent repair shops is limited to information needed to diagnose and repair vehicles. Proponents have said that the Repair Act is needed to ensure that independent repair shops have access to the data and information that they need to diagnose and repair vehicles. If that is the case, then the data that is required to be shared with independent repair shops under the bill should be clearly and unequivocally limited to data needed to diagnose and repair vehicles only. However, the bill as drafted specifically authorizes the Federal Trade Commission to expand the types of data that are required to be shared with aftermarket parts manufacturers and independent repair shops, regardless of whether those types of data are related to vehicle repair only. By limiting the data to that needed to diagnose and repair a vehicle, this amendment aligns the bill with the stated intent of the proponents. Additionally, my amendment would explicitly disallow any person provided access to vehicle-generated data to use it for any purpose related to advertising, including the sending of targeted advertisements to a vehicle owner. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Any further discussion on this particular amendment offered by Representative Allen? Any further discussion? All right. Does the gentleman wish to withdraw his amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my amendment under the understanding that this bill will not come before the full committee for consideration until the concerns highlighted in today's markup have been resolved.
Fair enough. Without objection, the amendment, so ordered. The amendment is withdrawn. Are there any further amendments to this particular bill? Seeing none, We're ready to vote. And this is a voice vote. So all in favor of the legislation before us, say aye. All opposed? The legislation is agreed to. Without objection, staff will be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the legislation approved by the subcommittee today. So ordered. Without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned. We did it. Thank you very much for your cooperation and your patience. Appreciate it.